Warrior Lore. Chapter 16-17. Countless mountains were covered in lush greenery. The sky was clear and cloudless. Suddenly, light appeared in the sky. A mystical light was emitted before vanishing, turning into a tall and strange person. This person had a pair of snow-white eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows extended all the way to his forehead. The eyes under the eyebrows were tightly shut. He was dressed in a spotless white robe. His robe, his skin, and his hair were all emitting a faint glow. This light was not dazzling, but it made him look like a deity. This person was called Jun Shangguang. He had rank 8 cultivation level and cultivated light path. He was a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Recently, he had been recruited by Venerable and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao's final location was here. Jun Shangguang's eyes were tightly shut, but he could see everything clearly. Shortly after, he found many traces of battle. Not good. It seems that Lu Hao did not survive. An intense battle must have happened here, but Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? Jun Shangguang's expression turned grim. He frowned slightly. Lu Hao was a spy planted in southern border by Celestial Court with the help of Wu Clan. He had fixed space immortal goo that was specially used to deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. As for Jun Shangguang, he was a backup arranged by Venerable. If southern borders goo immortals chased after Fang Yuan, and after the battle, Fang Yuan escaped with heavy injuries, then Jun Shangguang, who specialized in tracking, would be Fang Yuan's fatal killer. This time, the southern border group chasing after Fang Yuan is made up of experts from all clans. They are rank 7 experts. Even if they face an immemorial desolate beast alone, they can usually survive. Tai Clan's Tai Chu Zhong had great battle achievements in southern borders Gu immortal world. He was known as Great Mr. Tai. Since his debut, he had hunted down and killed more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals. His fame made southern borders demonic immortals tremble in fear. Shang Clan's Shang Hu Zhang cultivated transformation path and wood path. He had a method similar to Thunder Ghost True Monarchs, allowing the 2 Dao marks to not conflict. His methods were comprehensive. He was a peak rank 7 expert of Shang Clan. Yang Clan's Yang Ku was one of the representatives of Soul Path in southern borders Gu immortal world. He had once single-handedly destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts and successfully escaped from the pursuit of the primordial desolate beasts. It could be said that these rank 7 Gu immortals were the elites of southern borders Gu immortal world. Any one of them was the signature expert of their force. Furthermore, this group also has Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin and Xia Clan's first supreme elder Xia Cha. There was no need to elaborate on these two. They had rank 8 cultivation level. Jun Shangguang sighed deeply. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that Jun Shangguang was very assured. If they were to encounter Fang Yuan, even if they were to fight, it would give Jun Shangguang enough time to react, allowing him to sneak into the vicinity. Jun Shangguang was wary of Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha's methods, but he was also afraid of being discovered by them and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, along the way, he followed behind them from afar, not daring to get too close. 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts, they had made ample preparations and used all sorts of arrangements and methods to deal with Fang Yuan. But they actually lost. And it was not just a crushing defeat, it was a huge loss, to the point where they even lost their underwear. Jun Shangguang shook his head continuously. Warrior lore. Fang Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Shortly after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm in the battlefield. He became increasingly certain. Other than using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how powerful they are, cannot create such a result. Just as Jun Shangguang was about to investigate further, he suddenly turned around and looked at the southern sky. The sky was empty, there was nothing else. But in Jun Shangguang's investigative range, an immortal Gu house barged in. Jun Shangguang did not need to discern the aura to immediately determine that this was someone from southern border. The immortal Gu house was extremely fast, but it would still take some time to arrive here. However, Jun Shangguang knew he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Because this immortal Gu house was famous, and southern border Gu immortals had many amazing investigative killer moves, If Jun Xingguang was exposed, it would be bad for him to cause a misunderstanding. A moment after Jun Shangguang disappeared, the immortal Gu house driven by the southern border Gu immortals arrived at this location. This immortal Gu house was neither magnificent nor grand. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. The bamboo building had 2 floors and was completely made of bamboo. Green bamboo leaves grew on the bamboo. Droplets of dew were attached to the bamboo leaves. It was verdant and glistening. It was the famous rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong had used this building to launch a brazen counterattack, firmly stabilizing Wu clan's #1 position. The door of the bamboo building opened, and a rank 8 Gu immortal flew out of the building. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a strong physique. His slender and slightly raised eyebrows added a sinister aura to his entire person. However, his actions revealed a mighty aura that caused others to be unable to underestimate him. It was Wu Yong, the current first supreme elder of Wu clan. Another person followed behind Wu Yong and flew out of the bamboo building. This person was old, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He had deep black eyes and protruding cheekbones. He also had rank 8 aura. Who else could it be but Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu? With 2 rank 8 Gu immortals leading the way, several rank 7 Gu immortals came out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. They came from various clans, and all of them had anxious expressions. They went missing here. Ba clan's Gu immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. Our clan cannot contact first supreme elder. Xia clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. Thus, all kinds of investigative killer moves were used, and after a while, this place was thoroughly searched dozens of times. This time, everyone, including the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, had grim expressions. There seems to have been a tributary of the river of time here. There was also a time path immortal battle. Our people barged in here and engaged in an extremely intense battle. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small dream realm left behind by Feng Yuan. Like Jun Xianguang earlier, the southern border immortals' gazes were focused on this dream realm. Other than this dream realm, all the other traces had been cleared by Feng Yuan. The rest had no value. So the only clue was this dream realm. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed, surrounding this small dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking, someone suddenly said. Next, the southern border immortals found that the dream realm was indeed shrinking, and the speed was getting faster. A moment later, several Gu worms were leaked out of the shrinking dream realm. The southern border Gu immortals quickly caught them and inspected them. They found that these Gu worms were all wild information path mortal Gu. Next, they found that there was still information left in these information path mortal Gu. The content of the information was simple, but it made the southern border immortals' expressions change. They were extremely shocked. Dear southern border comrades, all of your clansmen have fallen into the hands of Feng Yuan. If you want to redeem them, please wait for news. This. Someone was tongue-tied, pointing at the information path mortal Gu in his hand. His whole body was shaking. He could not even speak properly. Misleading the masses with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Feng Yuan? Humph. Someone shook his head, denying it. This must be a huge scam. But who among us can contact our clansmen? Someone asked. At once, the southern border Gu immortals were silent. They were fixed in the distance. Each of them looked like statues carved from stone. Wind started blowing. A light breeze blew on the immortals' clothes. Qi Chuyu's white beard was slightly trembling in the wind. Wu Yang's expression was ashen. He shut his eyes with a heavy expression. After a while, he opened them again. Even though it was hard to imagine, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to accept this cruel truth. That was, Southern Border's righteous path had mobilized a huge force to form an expert team to pursue Feng Yuan. But not only did they fail to kill Feng Yuan, they were even captured by Feng Yuan. Slap. This was like a huge slap that ruthlessly landed on the faces of these Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals. They were stunned from the slap. Their faces swelled up greatly. When we discovered that we had lost contact with Xia and the rest, and when we gathered our team and came to reinforce them, only a few hours had passed. Lord Qi, do you think this is the effect of the time path formation? Wu Yong suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His voice was slightly hoarse. He spoke vaguely, but everyone understood what Wu Yong meant. Qi Chuyu nodded slowly, saying solemnly, "We have already deduced the strength of Fang Yuan and the remaining members of Shadow Sect. We have also evaluated them in detail. With Xia and the rest's battle strength, they could not have been defeated and captured by Fang Yuan in such a short period of time. There was indeed a time path formation set up here. It is of astonishing size. It is at rank 8 level, far surpassing mortals." Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use natural Dao marks to set up an immortal formation. Fang Yuan cleaned the battlefield. It was impossible to clean up all the Dao marks in such a short period of time. So a large number of time path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Based on the size and direction of these time path Dao marks, Qi Chuyu was certain that a time path formation had been set up here before. Wu Yong nodded slightly. That's right. Lu Weiyin and Xia have rank 8 cultivation level. Unless it was a rank 9 immortal battlefield, it would be hard to restrain them. Only a rank 8 level immortal battle would have such a possibility. We came to reinforce them in a short period of time, but inside this time path formation, a long period of time might have passed. At this time, a Shang Clan Gu immortal spoke. I remember now, in Jewel Yellow Skies, the Celestial Court had once revealed that Fang Yuan had a formation that could be set up in a tributary of the River of Time to lure out a large number of year beasts. Chapter 16:18. Earlier, he saw that many people had a question in the book reviews. Why did Fang Yuan not use man as before Immortal Gu to revive Lady White Rabbit? Next, he saw many people's explanations, but most of them did not get to the point. There were many people who were confused, so he explained it here. Person as before. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Wherever it went, it sprinkled a multicolored rainbow. Following the butterfly's fluttering path, it formed a curved rainbow phantom. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once used the rank 5 man as before Mortal Gu to heal and even revive many Gu masters. Especially in the Imperial Court contest, it displayed incredible abilities. When Tai Bai Yunsheng underwent Immortal Ascension, he raised man as before Mortal Gu to rank 6. Mortal Gu man as before could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on oneself, but it expended a lot of immortal essence. Tai Bai Yunsheng used this Immortal Gu to save many people. The most classic example was saving the rank 7 Gu Immortal Fairy Li Shan from He Cheng's hands. Original text, it's over. He Cheng stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows merged, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he destroyed Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. Her injuries were all gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly. That was close. I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupil shrunk. His anger surged. Secondly, when exploring Eastern Sea, Tai Bai Yunsheng used this Gu to make a name for himself. Original text, Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression froze. He sighed. So junior brother did not think highly of me. You were right after all. This time, we attacked the blessed land for 7 days and 7 nights, but were defeated by the land spirit, suffering huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before Immortal Gu. Oh? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yunsheng exposed this Gu, his value would definitely rise rapidly in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. After my man as before Immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. After that, I received a cordial invitation from Shark Demon, who invited me to the East Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's base alone? He politely declined. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me at High Shore Blessed Land. During the feast, I learned of an important piece of news. Next, Fang Yuan used man as before immortal Gu to revive Guyue Fangjing, deceiving the crane gate. Original text, the truth was that after he Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was summoned here by Fang Yuan, used man as before immortal Gu and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Fengyang did not doubt him, but he had his limitations. He did not know that there was an immortal Gu like man as before in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of him. Fangjing was truly dead. It had to be said that man as before immortal Gu was powerful, but at the same time, it had many flaws. The original text had already recorded immortal killer move, flesh blood flame. This flame used flesh and blood as its fuel, burning continuously. As long as the flesh and blood were not extinguished, the flame would not stop. Without a method to counter it, there was no way to extinguish it. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more fiercely the blood flame would burn. When Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he fell into the trap of the flesh-blood flame. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately canceled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal Gu. Man as before. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood flame completely vanished, and Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. When I transform into other life forms, I cannot directly use man as before. This is very inconvenient. Moreover, man as before has a huge limitation. Fortunately, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. He Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal Gu. But man as before immortal Gu had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape from it, because after he was hit, he first had to discover his current state, then he had to cancel the transformation. During this period, he might be hesitant, but finally, he would activate man as before. Activating this immortal Gu itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes and thought, if it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood flame. Fang Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, but He Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense something wrong with his body 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. From these 2 scenarios, we can see man as before immortal Gu was only effective on the human body. Man as before immortal Gu could only restore the previous moment. Thus, even if Fang Yuan personally healed himself, he could not grasp the correct timing in an intense battle. Man as before was very difficult to control. Thus, Fang Yuan used 3 breaths future vision to complement man as before immortal Gu. Man as before immortal Gu's limitation was not just this. Original text, my defense is still too weak. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal Gu. Using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only restore the previous moment. Fang Yuan was hit by a windflower petal in the air and was injured. At that time, he could not use man as before immortal Gu. Using the immortal Gu's aura would expose his identity. From this, it could be seen that using man as before immortal Gu alone would expend a lot of immortal essence, and once used, the aura could not be concealed. Let us take a look at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. When Fang Yuan and the rest were trapped, man as before's performance. Original text, omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan continuously activated this time path immortal Gu to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before immortal Gu was still alive, and she was even on the same side as Fang Yuan again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already died. He was personally killed by Fang Yuan. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used man as before on himself. His injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for his failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although Man as Before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Feng Yuan's. It could be seen that Man as Before Immortal Gu was extremely effective on Feng Yuan, but not on other Gu Immortals. Why was it like this? The smart ones had already thought of it. Indeed, Dao marks of different paths would restrain each other. But Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks. In fact, every path had their own healing Gu worms. For example, Vitality Leaf appeared a long time ago. It was a wood path healing Gu worm. For Star Path, there was Savior Gu. It was extremely effective in healing Star Path Gu Immortals. For Water Path, there was Spring Rain Gu. It had once healed Feng Yuan. For Wind Path, there was Clear Wind Gu. It could heal and also calm people's hearts. For Light Path, there was Green Shine Gu. It was best at healing heat poison. As a mortal, these Gu worms had outstanding healing effects. But at Gu Immortal level, because Gu Immortals had abundant Dao marks, the corresponding healing Gu worms of every path had good effects. Thus, rank 6 Man as Before Immortal Gu had the best effect in healing time path rank 6 Gu Immortals. Next were rank 6 Gu Immortals of other paths. For rank 7 Gu Immortals, Man as Before Immortal Gu's effect was very weak. It might even fail. Then the question was, why did Tai by Yunsheng use rank 6 Man as Before Immortal Gu to save Fairy Li Shan? Let's look at the original text. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. The moment the 2 arrows fused, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he broke Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. There were no injuries on her body. Even her head was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai by Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close. I almost didn't make it in time. He Cheng's pupil shrunk. His anger surged. Even though Fairy Li Shan suffered a fatal blow, her injuries were very small. Dark Arrow Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Fairy Li Shan had used 3 mortal killer moves to block it. He Cheng's 3rd Dark Arrow, with the coordination of He Cheng's mortal killer moves, broke Fairy Li Shan's defense and pierced her head. It could be seen that the power of the Dark Arrow was already at its limit after breaking through her defenses. Even though He Cheng was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he had been injured long ago. His battle strength had fallen greatly. This wound was on Fairy Li Shan's head. It was the fatal wound. If it had landed on other parts, like shoulders or thighs, a small hole would not be a big deal. But at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing used Man as Before and succeeded by a fluke. This showed that Man as Before Immortal Gu was also effective on rank 7 Gu Immortals, but it depended on the injuries. How many Dao marks of other paths were there in the wound? For example, if Fairy Li Shan's entire upper body was destroyed, or if there were dense dark path Dao marks left in the wound, the result would be uncertain. Looking at another part of the text, Bo Qing lightly waved his hand. Sword light flashed. Fairy Li Shan's head flew out. Blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as Before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing activated Man as Before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal. Touching her neck, her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, smiling arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide. The sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. He Lulan cried out in pain. Her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Bo Qing's sword path Dao marks were too dense. Even though he temporarily returned to normal, the remnant sword path Dao marks still erupted and killed Fairy Li Shan. Looking at the most recent text, Xia Cha waved her hand in front of her. Feng Yuan grunted. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The formation core he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had been controlling the formation the most. He had also used 3 great thief ghost hands, as well as enslaving the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast army. He had no time to maintain reverse flow protection seal. Xia Cha waved her hand to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching. She quickly activated the killer move by Xiang, but was smashed into pieces at the next moment. Xia Cha waved her hand to the right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core was destroyed. Her body also exploded into a pile of flesh and bones. She was dead. Xia Cha was the first supreme elder of a superforce, Xia Clan. Xia Cha was a rank 8 immortal killer move. After turning Lady White Rabbit into pieces, dense time path Dao marks with offensive power were left behind. These Dao marks severely hindered the healing effect of man as before immortal goo. There was no way to revive her. Feng Yuan was well aware of this, so he did not use it. Man as before immortal goo was not omnipotent, especially at rank 6. It had a huge limitation. It could barely heal a rank 7 goo immortal. Against a rank 8 killer move, there was nothing it could do. But there was an exception, that was Feng Yuan. Because Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, so it was very convenient to use. Original text, it's over. At this moment, the enemy's expression relaxed a little. Man as before. Feng Yuan burst out, first using man as before immortal goo to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used dark assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps could be heard, but the goo immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Feng Yuan was surprised to see. The enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood. It was completely made of gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered and gathered again. The dual spear-wielding goo immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing loudly. Not bad. It can actually explode my head, humph. Human goo immortals are so crafty. If this was any other time, I would be dead already. Unfortunately, this is the immortal battlefield of the gray cloud battle puppet. Original text man as before. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's injuries were completely healed. The green giant seemed to be very confident in this move. Seeing that Feng Yuan was unharmed, it became furious, and even more furious. It chased after Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan flew away madly. He checked the direction and rushed towards Great Immortal Wang. Great Immortal Wang attracted Feng Yuan in Green City Rampage. It barked in fright. Its 4 legs spun like a windmill as it ran with all its might. Original text swoosh. This time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near his feet. The mound crumbled. The river water drenched Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression turned pale. His body shook. This time, not only his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again. Man as before. At the next moment, Feng Yuan recovered completely. Find the reason for the failure. There seems to be a small problem at the final juncture. Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Original text, goo worms were activated one after another. Feng Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed. The backlash injured Feng Yuan. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. His mental energy was also expended. Man as before. In an instant, Feng Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate the killer move 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th time, Feng Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry, showing an expression of submission. There were many cases that could not be mentioned. When Feng Yuan failed in his test of the killer move, he used man as before. When undergoing tribulation, he used man as before. When fighting against a strong enemy, he used man as before. When refining goo, he used man as before. For him, man as before was too convenient. But there were exceptions. Original text, oh no. Sixth Hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring exploded. Boom. With a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire goo refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Feng Yuan, who was at the center, bore the full might of the explosion. Guh. Feng Yuan's expression turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal goo man as before. Feng Yuan immediately activated this immortal goo. The method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 Heavenly Secret. He used rank 6 Man as before. Although it showed some effect, Man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen clearly. Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu's refinement failed. The injuries were too severe. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, he could not heal completely after using Man as before Gu. There were still injuries and down marks with killing effects. In summary, Man as before Immortal Gu was a top-tier Immortal Gu for rank 6 time path Gu Immortals, but for other paths, it depended on the injuries. It had several limitations. 1. It was only effective on the human body. 2. It was difficult to control in an instant. 3. The expenditure of immortal essence was high. This depended on the injuries. 4. When using it, the aura would leak, exposing the Gu Immortal. I thank everyone for their questions, suggestions, criticisms, and corrections. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message for me. I will work hard to make the Gu Master world reasonable and balanced. For example, I fixed the bug regarding the number of tribulation down marks obtained in the original text. There are several ways to leave a message for me. 1. The most important way, Chidian's book review section. I look at it once every 2 days. The frequency is the highest. 2. Weibo's official account's comment section. There are editors stationed there. They will report to me in time. 3. Weibo's letter group, Penguin Group. Or add me on WeChat, Guzanren 1987. 4. Baidu Tieba, Venerable Gu. I occasionally peek at it. 5. Personal Weibo. Author. Venerable Gu, Sina Weibo. This is the only account. 6. Use Dream Speech Gu to transmit messages to me when I am dreaming. I usually sleep from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Chapter 1619. The general outline of the truth had already appeared in the minds of the southern border immortals. Among these year beasts, there are likely to be immemorial year beasts, and there are many of them. Using these year beasts, Fang Yuan has a high chance of fighting against our pursuers. Moreover, this demon Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect and has countless true inheritances. It is within his ability to create a time path formation to trap our people. Chi Chuyu said this and frowned. But there is one thing I don't understand. It is normal for an immortal aperture to be hidden so well that Gu immortals cannot sense it. But a time path formation can be hidden so well? Be it Xia Cha or Lu Weiyin, they did not sense it? A time path formation was not phantom path, space path, or theft path. It was not proficient in concealment and concealment. Xia Cha and the rest were trapped in the formation and fought against the immemorial year beasts. It was understandable that they were captured because of the dream realm. But the most abnormal thing was at the start. They did not discover it and fell into Fang Yuan's ambush. This made Chi Chuyu, a formation path great grandmaster, feel puzzled. Of course, it was not that a time path formation could not conceal itself. It was just that it was not easy to do so, much more difficult than space path, theft path, phantom path, and others. In Chi Chuyu's knowledge, he had never heard of such a time path immortal formation that could conceal itself from the detection of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. The dream realm has dissipated. Wait, there is a person inside. Someone shouted in shock. Right at this time, a change in the dream realm interrupted the southern border immortals' thoughts. This small dream realm was left in the battlefield. There was a person hiding inside? Soon, this person's appearance was revealed. It was Lu Weiyin. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. His eyes were shut. He was like a stone statue in deep sleep, not moving at all. But after the dream realm dissipated, he quickly opened his eyes and woke up. Lu Weiyin's expression changed when he saw Wu Yong and the rest. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no? Lord Lu Weiyin, please explain in detail what happened to you." That's right. Were our clan's Gu immortals captured by Fang Yuan and captured by this demon? Wait a minute. We still can't confirm his identity. The southern border immortals spoke one after another. The scene became noisy. Let's verify our identities first. Fang Yuan has the killer move Familiar Face. He also has a method to quickly escape from dreams. Wu Yong said. On the other side, Chi Chuyu remained silent as he moved slowly, sandwiching Lu Weiyin between him and Wu Yong. Lu Weiyin was slightly startled before nodding. Of course, the southern border immortals naturally had their own unique verification methods. Furthermore, in order to ensure safety, there was more than one method. It was very complicated. After a while, the expressions of Wu Yong and the others eased a little. Lu Weiyin proved his identity. It was indeed him. He was not Fang Yuan in disguise. Immediately after, Lu Weiyin informed the southern border immortals of the battle situation he encountered. After the southern border Gu immortals learned of it, their expressions turned ashen as they fell into a deathly silence again. Lu Weiyin shook his head and sighed. I am ashamed. I have no offensive methods. I could only watch as this happened. If not for my unique method to defend myself in dream realms, I might have already fallen into Fang Yuan's hands. Don't say anything. Let's go back first. Wu Yong took a deep look at Lu Weiyin before waving his sleeves and walking into clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A long time after the southern border Gu immortals left, a mystical light shone down, turning into celestial quartz Gu immortal Jun Shengguang. Jun Shengguang inspected the battlefield ruins and after a while, he frowned and muttered to himself. This time path formation is extraordinary. Looking at the Dao marks, it should not contain any void path, space path, or theft path. It is not a compound immortal formation but a pure time path immortal formation. It can actually conceal itself from Xiacha and Lu Weiyin. The foundation of a rank 8 Gu immortal was quite deep. Xiacha was the first supreme elder of a superforce, Xia clan. She had many methods. And Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth was one of the immortal venerables. The two of them actually did not detect this formation and fell into an ambush with a group of southern border Gu immortals. Jun Shengguang inspected a few more times, and after confirming there were no other clues, he turned into a mystical light and disappeared. Sovereign blessed land. A large formation emitted a silver-white radiance. It was like a castle that was floating in mini-green heaven. Fang Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect immortals were surrounding this immortal formation, paying attention to the prisoners inside. Most of these prisoners were the southern border immortals that Fang Yuan had set up this ambush and captured. Shanghu Zhang, Taichu Zhong, Yang Ku, and the others were all experts with strength, rank 7 experts, but they were all locked up with their eyes shut, trapped in dream realms. And the strongest among them, the rank 8 time path Gu immortal Xiacha, was heavily taken care of by Fang Yuan. The surrounding dream realms were rumbling and extremely dense. Pure wills would be worn down in dream realms, but once they left, they would recover immediately. But souls were different. Even if they left the dream realm, they would still be trapped in the dream for a certain period of time, unable to get out, as if they were hit by the killer move lead soul into dream. Because of this crucial point, Fang Yuan could teleport these southern border Gu immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, immortal killer moves were ineffective against dream realms. Immortal Gu houses like Bay Pavilion and Heaven Overseeing Tower would automatically disintegrate once they entered dream realms. Dream realms were a desperate situation for Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan had an extraordinary method. That was the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan had the immortal killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, turning the dream realms in the sovereign immortal aperture into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, then using this dream path clone to enter the dream realms and drag the southern border Gu immortals out, imprisoning them in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he turned all the dream realms in the battlefield into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, successfully retrieving them. In the end, he hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. After making sure that not a single clue was left behind, he immediately retreated. Thus, when Jun Shengguang and the southern border immortals arrived, they saw this scene. The time path clone frowned. Even though I use dream realms to imprison these Gu immortals, the risk is still huge. If one of them wakes up and wreaks havoc in my sovereign immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The immortal aperture was an important resource ground for Gu immortals. It was the foundation of their cultivation. Fang Yuan imprisoned these Gu immortal experts. There was a huge potential danger. One move to dominate the world. Currently, Most Gu immortals have no way to deal with dream realms. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would suffer a calamity. But just in case, I need to hurry up and steal the Gu worms and resources in these Gu immortals' immortal apertures. Then, I will use soul path methods to separate their souls from their bodies. That would be safe. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan thought of Lu Wei-yin. Even though this person was trapped in a dream realm, when the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies tried to drag him out, they actually lost their way in the dream realm and could not get close. To be able to work in a dream realm, this was clearly a dream path method. Thinking back to the past, Fang Yuan fell for Lu Wei-yin's ambush and experienced 3 lifetimes. That was also a dream path method. Lu Wei-yin was not only Paradise Earth's inheritor, he was also advancing with the times. He had at least 2 dream path methods. He was on par with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only had unravel dream, lead soul into dream, and swap soul within dream. Precisely so, Fang Yuan gave up on capturing Lu Wei-yin. Even if he could bring him away, Fang Yuan did not dare to take the risk. Who knew if he had other dream path methods? If he woke up in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would be like sending a god away. It would be a huge disaster. To think that there would be a day when these high and mighty Gu immortals would become our prisoners. Fairy Miao-yin sighed. Even though she was one of the famous fairies of Southern Border, she was a lone cultivator. She had suffered a lot from Southern Border's righteous path. Towards these famous experts of Southern Border's righteous path, she had deep resentment towards them. It is a pity that Sister White Rabbit is gone. Sigh. Fairy Miao-yin had a sorrowful expression. Her true emotions were revealed. After she joined Shadow Sect, she was the closest to Lady White Rabbit, because Fairy Miao-yin liked the latter's innocence. Lady White Rabbit inherited Black Tigress' true inheritance. When her life was in danger, she would turn into Black Tigress. Her cultivation level would rise to rank 7. Unfortunately, she was facing Xia Cha's immortal killer move Summer Fan. She could not react in time and was hit by a fatal blow. Fang Yuan was helpless. Man as before was only a rank 6 immortal Gu. Against such injuries, there was no hope of success. Even Fang Yuan's main body was heavily injured. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had no injuries. She was safe and sound. At the crucial moment, she turned into Bai Xiang. Even though she was smashed into pieces, she only needed a little bit of Bai Xiang to recover. This move had once been famous in Southern Border. It was known as the White Terror that enveloped the whole Gu immortal world. The mystical part was that it could discard the harmful Dao marks and most of the body, then use a small fragment to recover. But Bai Ningbing's expression was not good. She looked at the deities of Southern Border who were trapped in the dream realm, thinking, even if I use Bai Xiang, if I fall into the dream realm, I will suffer without any resistance. Strange, Fang Yuan did not use such a method against me. He already has a method to get rid of the alliance agreement. If I were him, Bai Ningbing felt great pressure. After all, she was not a member of Shadow Sect. She was inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was like she was in someone else's headquarters. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength and methods were, the greater the pressure Bai Ningbing felt. All right, Ingwu Xie, stay here. I have lent you all my Gu worms. For the next few days, you will be in charge of guarding this place. If anything happens, use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use lead soul into dream to make the Southern Border Gu immortals sleep again. Formation Spirit, guard this place well. Once the dream realm moves and endangers the formation, report it immediately. Fang Yuan's time path clone gave 2 orders. Yes, sect leader. Understood, master. Chapter 1620. Several days later in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone arrived in front of the immortal formation in mini green heaven again. Be careful, I am about to start. The time path clone had a solemn expression. The formation spirit showed itself and nodded. There was a Gu immortal standing beside it. It was Ingwu Xie. He had a nervous expression as well. A pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm. After a while, he grabbed Xia Cha's leg and dragged her out. The entire process was done very carefully. Xia Cha was still in deep sleep. She did not feel anything or react. Even so, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body clone only dared to drag half of this rank 8 Gu immortal's body out. Xiacha's upper body was still in the dream realm, but her lower body was exposed outside the dream realm. The most crucial immortal aperture was in her abdomen, so this was enough. Next, it was Fang Yuan's turn to make a move. After a while, he activated Immortal Killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand was eerie and heavy. It flew towards Xiacha's immortal aperture. But before it touched, traces of Dao Mark light appeared on Xiacha's body. This was a passive time path defensive method. Even if Xiacha was in deep sleep, it could still be activated. Normally, this defensive method would not work in the dream realm. But Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was also useless in the dream realm. Only by dragging it out and using it outside the dream realm could Fang Yuan steal Xiacha's immortal Gu. Seeing that Great Thief Ghost Hand was blocked, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Over the last few days, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had targeted Xiacha. This time path defensive move was very troublesome, but Fang Yuan had already used his time path attainment level and the light of wisdom to deduce a solution. Thus, another killer move was activated by Fang Yuan. The killer move's effect was very clear. The Dao Mark light on Xiacha's body dimmed. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the immortal aperture and vanished. Thankfully, Xiacha's defensive method is not as good as those people from Celestial Court. It was probably set up at the last minute to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Therefore, I was able to break this move in such a short period of time. This time path defense was not rank 8, it was only rank 7. Fang Yuan used his time path Immortal Gu and Mini Mortal Gu to form a killer move to resolve it. In setting up the time path formation to ambush the southern border pursuers, although the important time path Immortal Gu were not destroyed, most of the Mortal Gu and several rank 6 time path Immortal Gu were destroyed. This is bad for my plan to head to the River of Time. Next, let's see what we can harvest from Xiacha. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Not long after, his expression suddenly changed, and the Great Thief Ghost Hand flew out shakily. Its 5 fingers were originally open, but now it was clenched into a fist. There seemed to be something inside, constantly struggling, wanting to break out. Seeing such a scene, Fang Yuan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. Ing Wuxie, who was at the side, more or less understood the Great Thief Ghost Hand. At this moment, he blurted out in joy, "Good fellow." He stole a rank 8 Immortal Gu on his first try. At this time, the formation spirit said, "Master, not good." Xiacha's soul seems to be fluctuating. Fang Yuan's time path clone's expression turned solemn. He quickly manipulated the pure dream reality seeker physique body and stuffed Xiacha into the dream realm again. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stayed beside Xiacha and observed her for a while. Seeing that Xiacha had stabilized and fell into deep sleep again, he left. Ordinary Gu immortals would also become unstable when half of their body was in the dream realm. They would show signs of leaving the dream realm, but the duration would be much longer. Xiacha seemed to be cultivating time path. Her time was greatly reduced. It was pitifully short. Fang Yuan had sensed this the first time he teleported her into the sovereign immortal aperture. At that time, the Shadow Sect immortals broke out in cold sweat from the fright. After resolving Xiacha's problem, Fang Yuan and the rest had the time to inspect the immortal Gu that Great Thief Ghost Hand stole, to see what it looked like. This immortal Gu struggled intensely, but Great Thief Ghost Hand used the power of the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment to steal Soul Beast token, so stealing a rank 8 immortal Gu was completely within the scope of its ability. Adding on Fang Yuan's abundant methods, refining it was a sure thing. There would be no accidents. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan successfully refined this Gu for his own use. This Gu worm was a milky white silkworm. It was the size of an adult's index finger. When held in his hand, it was only the weight of an egg. The silkworm's body was pink and soft. It was like touching a baby's face. On the silkworm's head, there was a small green leaf that looked like mulberry leaves. Interestingly, when the silkworm curled up, the mulberry leaves also wrapped around its body. The Gu worm's dense aura showed its extraordinary identity at all times. Rank 8 time path Immortal Gu. But as for what Immortal Gu it was, Fang Yuan could not be sure. He could only guess. This is likely the rank 8-time path immortal goo, spring. If spring goo was used alone, it would cause an area to enter spring. Ice and snow would melt, warm winds would blow, and new shoots would grow. Goo masters nurtured, used, refined, and used goo. Their knowledge was broad and profound. After obtaining an unfamiliar immortal goo, one needed to probe and deduce its power and effect. There were often unfathomable dangers in this aspect. Even though Feng Yuan refined this immortal goo, he was not in a hurry to verify his guess, because he had a more reliable way to obtain an accurate answer. This answer fell on Xiacha. As long as he searched her soul, not only would Feng Yuan know this immortal goo's identity and usage, Feng Yuan would even know the spring scissors killer move that Xiacha had used. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to search her soul. Xiacha's soul was protected by her body. It was not easy to search her soul with rank 8 cultivation level. Feng Yuan's plan was meticulous. He wanted to extract Xiacha's soul first and separate her body from her soul before targeting her soul. But it was troublesome to extract Xiacha's soul. Feng Yuan needed to prepare for some time. And before that, Feng Yuan's first step was to steal as many goo worms as possible from Xiacha's immortal aperture. According to the previous method, Feng Yuan next targeted Xiacha. The second time, Great Thief Ghost Hand, he only stole one rank 5 mortal goo. It was a stark contrast to the huge success of the first time. It seems that the effect of the unfavorable year has disappeared. My luck and Xiacha's luck have shrunk by a lot. Feng Yuan realized. For a rank 8 goo immortal to have such an achievement, it meant that they had good luck, or they had methods to increase their luck. Feng Yuan used the incomplete luck path true inheritance to have luck that surpassed ordinary rank 8s. But for people like Feng Jioga, this level of luck was not much of a threat. As for Feng Kim-hong, it was even less of a threat. After Feng Yuan learned of the reason, he continued to use the killer move Unfavorable Year on Xiacha, using Great Thief Ghost Hand frequently to steal her immortal goo. More than 10 days passed in the sovereign immortal aperture's time. Feng Yuan obtained a large number of mortal goo, as well as Xiacha's 4 immortal goo. These 4 immortal goo formed a set. They were spring goo, summer goo, autumn goo, and winter goo. Spring goo was like a white silkworm. It had green mulberry leaves on its head. Summer goo was like a black mosquito. It was the size of a palm, but it had 3 pairs of thin wings on its back, flickering with colorful lights as it flew. Autumn goo was like a dark red cricket carved out of precious antique wood. Its chirping was extremely loud. Winter goo was a gray-white cocoon. It emitted waves of frost energy. Among them, spring goo and summer goo were rank 8, while autumn goo and winter goo were slightly weaker. They were only rank 7. After Feng Yuan stole these 4 mortal goo, he used Great Thief Ghost Hand repeatedly, but could only steal mortal goo. Thus, he deduced that Xiacha only had these 4 immortal goo. This was similar to He Fan's situation. He Fan also had few immortal goo. Back then, Feng Yuan only obtained rank 8 years flow like water, rank 7 year goo, and after goo. If the two were to be compared, they should be evenly matched. Even though Xiacha had 2 rank 8 immortal goo, He Fan's years flow like water brought huge profits. With it, he would be the number 1 giant in the world in the year goo business. He obtained 4 more immortal goo at once, and they were all-time path, 2 rank 8 and 2 rank 7. They were all very high level. They greatly filled up the huge gap that Feng Yuan needed in this aspect. But as for how to use them, he had to soul-search Xiacha. When Feng Yuan obtained these immortal goo, the pressure in his heart dissipated by a lot. Without the immortal goo, even if Xiacha woke up unexpectedly, she would be like a tiger without claws. Her strength would fall greatly. Taking out the immortal goo of these goo immortals was the most important task. Next was taking out their souls and separating their souls from their bodies. After all, the control of the body, other than the soul, wills could also be used. By leaving a few wills in the immortal aperture, they could temporarily replace the soul and control the body. Finally, Feng Yuan prepared to attack their immortal apertures. But now, Feng Yuan's task of stealing immortal goo had to be delayed. He did not have enough immortal essence. Earlier, he had already shown signs of exhaustion. Recently, he set up an immortal formation. After an intense battle, He returned to the sovereign immortal aperture and set up an immortal formation again, using killer moves like pure dream reality seeker transformation and great thief ghost hand. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were already dangerously low. In jewel yellow skies, the Yeargu business was very poor. Even though Fang Yuan had the dragonfish business, it could not sustain Fang Yuan's huge expenditure. Not to mention, Dang Hun Mountain was still recovering. But all of this was still under Fang Yuan's control. He smiled coldly. Hee, it is time to make those southern border forces bleed. The following process was definitely going to be pleasurable. Not just extorting immortal Yuan stones, Fang Yuan was also going to extort a large amount of resources to feed his newly obtained immortal goo. Without cultivation resources, how could he rise? Rise my ass. Chapter 1621. Southern Border. Yin Shou Mountain. Xia Clan's headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land. In the Blessed Land, there were countless mortal goo houses, forming a chain of palaces. It was a grand sight. In the central hall of these palaces, Xia Fei Kuai was in a hurry. He was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated Light Path. His battle strength was slightly weaker than Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, but he was not ordinary. But because he cultivated a certain immortal killer move, he was irritable. Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and had once fought with him, setting up a 5-year agreement. Now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he had rank 8 battle strength, Xia Fei Kuai naturally threw this 5-year agreement to the back of his mind. Where did this news come from? Xia Fei Kuai asked as he walked. Beside him was a featherman maid. She had rank 5 goo master cultivation level. Xia Clan raised large numbers of featherman slaves. In this headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land, feathermen were the most numerous. This featherman maid had an extraordinary status. She was one of the managers of this palace. She knew a lot of information. Even though Xia Fei Kuai knew that he would know everything after entering Central Great Hall, he could not wait any longer. He asked this featherman maid first. The featherman maid quickly answered. It came from Jewel Yellow Skies half a day ago. That demon Fang Yuan came looking for me. He sent an information path goo worm to my purple spirit light stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. The goo worm contained the extortion letter. Purple spirit light was a rank 7 immortal material. It was not plucked from White Heaven. It came from ores deep underground. This was Xia Clan's main source of income. Xia Clan controlled the largest purple spirit stone mine in the 5 regions. Thus, they were the leader of this business. Even though any goo immortal could change their identity when transacting in Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not afraid of being discovered. But in a situation like Xia Clan, they had to maintain their identity and build their reputation. That was the most profitable thing to do. Thus, Xia Clan's stall had a clear identity. Fang Yuan was able to find it easily. He is truly daring. He actually dares to extort my great Xia Clan. Xia Fei Kuai was furious. The featherman maid did not dare to say anything. She obediently accompanied him to the palace entrance before stopping. She did not have the right to follow them in. The door of the palace had long been opened, and the main seat was empty. Usually, it was Xia Cha who sat there, or it was her will. On the first seat on the left was the Xia Clan's second supreme elder, Xia Zhao. He had a sturdy figure and a calm temperament. He specialized in Earth Path and was currently the backbone of Xia family. Opposite Xia Zhao, in the first seat on the right, sat the Xia Clan's third supreme elder, Duh. He was also an Earth Path goo immortal. Other than them, at the other seats, Xia Lu Pei, Xia Qingcong, Xia Zhuamo, Xia Fan, and other goo immortals had either arrived with their main bodies or substituted wills. Only Xia Fei Kuai himself was missing. There's no need for formalities. Hurry up and sit, Xia Zhao said in a low voice. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his temper, nodded, and silently took his seat. An information path mortal goo came from the left and landed in Xia Fei Kuai's hands. Xia Zhao glanced around and said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss." Xia Fei Kuai split out a trace of his divine sense and entered the goo worm to inspect it. This information path mortal goo was the extortion letter left behind by Fang Yuan. The content of the extortion letter was only a few sentences. It was concise and comprehensive. But at the back, there was a video recording of the scene of Xia Cha being trapped in the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Fei Kuai looked through it once. His heart was burning with anger. He was so angry that he almost crushed this information path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel. You have committed heinous crimes. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. Xia Clan's other Gu immortals did not say anything. Their expressions were dark and unsightly. They remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Other than anger, these people were also in a daze of disbelief. The great Xia Clan, a superforce, was actually extorted by a demonic path Gu immortal one day. The most shocking thing was Xia Cha, the great first supreme elder, the person in charge of Xia Clan, a rank 8 existence. Not only did she fail to capture Fang Yuan, she was even captured alive. Yes, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength. He could match rank 8s. Xia Clan's Gu immortals had also seen the video of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But so what? Defeating a rank 8 Gu immortal and capturing a rank 8 were two completely different concepts. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. Xia Clan's immortals had never thought that the outcome would be like this. Honestly speaking, even now, most of them were still in a daze. They felt like they were dreaming. This was too unimaginable. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. A rank 7 Gu immortal captured a rank 8 and more than 10 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. These rank 7 Gu immortals were the signature battle strength of their respective clans. Each of them had their own methods. Without rank 8s, they were important factors that could influence the whole of Southern Border. They could dominate a region and suppress the situation. Southern Border's righteous path was very determined to capture Fang Yuan. They created such a powerful group. But now, these people were captured by Fang Yuan. Compared to the other clans, Xia Clan's situation was the most difficult. Because they did not lose a rank 7 Gu immortal, they lost the only rank 8 in their clan. This was no longer a matter of losing prestige. It directly shook the entire foundation of Xia Clan. In this world where strength ruled, one person's safety was related to the entire situation. Xia Cha had an irreplaceable and important role to the entire Xia Clan. I did not gather all of you here to watch helplessly. Our clan is facing a crucial period. Our situation is very dangerous. At this moment, we need everyone to work together to overcome this crisis. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Xia Zhao spoke again. When this happened, all of Xia Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Xia Zhao was no exception. To speak the truth, these last days, as the second supreme elder, he was under the greatest pressure. His heart was filled with darkness. However, when the extortion letter arrived, he relaxed a little. You have all seen that mortal Gu. Fang Yuan wants us to take out 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone. If you have any thoughts, tell us, Xia Zhao said. After a while of silence, Xia Clan's third supreme elder purposely coughed. 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone is not a small number, but it is not a large number. Our Xia Clan can still afford it. But what I am most concerned about is that this letter only states a request. It does not have any intention of handing over Lady Xia Cha. The immortals nodded slightly at these words. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows in annoyance, asking, should we inform the other clans? We are being extorted, but I'm afraid they are also in the same situation. Xia Lu Pei sneered, glancing at Xia Fei Kuai without saying anything. Xia Fei Kuai glared at him in anger. What do you want to say? Just say it. Xia Lu Pei was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He cultivated Wisdom Path, and his Wisdom Path attainment was very high. He was one of the top deduction experts in Southern Border. He sneered. How can we rely on those outsiders? Right now, they want us to lose our first Supreme Elder. Since you know that Demon Fang Yuan is not extorting our clan, have you heard the reactions of the other clans? Have you seen the other clans trying to contact us? Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. Xia Clan suddenly lost their rank 8 pillar. The territory and resources they occupied immediately became much larger. This situation was much more dangerous than Wu Clan. Thinking about Wu Clan, back then, they still had a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Yong, but because of Shadow Sect's interference, they fell into a predicament and were besieged on all sides, almost unable to turn the situation around. Southern Border was full of sects. The Righteous Path forces were all scheming and plotting against each other. There were many contradictions. Wu Clan had been the #1 force for a long time, but they did not have the ability to lead the overall situation. Thus, to Xia Clan, they could not lose Xia Cha. When Feng Yuan's Will came to the purple spiritual light stall again, he received 1,000,000 immortal yuan stones from Xia Clan. We need to have a good talk. Xia Zhao personally received Feng Yuan, his divine sense constantly moving. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He did not refuse. We can talk. But I am very busy now. If you have anything to say, use an information path Gu Worm to send it to this stall. Please wait. Listen to me. Xia Zhao wanted to make Feng Yuan stay, but Feng Yuan's Will turned around and left. Xia Zhao was furious, but also helpless. Chapter 1622. It was obvious what Feng Yuan was busy with. After capturing the southern border immortals, Feng Yuan had already firmly grasped the initiative. He had a huge advantage. With such a priceless hostage in hand, extortion and blackmail could be said to be unbridled and unscrupulous. But Feng Yuan was vigilant. He did not act wantonly. His first wave of extortion targets were only 3 clans. Xia Clan was undoubtedly the first. Firstly, First Supreme Elder Xia Cha was Xia Clan's only rank 8 Gu immortal. She was the root of Xia Clan. She was too important. Xia Clan could not afford to lose her. Once they lost her, the entire clan's force would shrink by 70 to 80%. And Yi Clan was second. Because the Yi Clan Gu immortal Feng Yuan captured this time was Yi Yang. This Gu immortal was the strongest among Yi Clan's rank 7 experts. He cultivated Space Path and was favored by everyone. He had rank 8 aptitude. More importantly, he was the direct descendant of Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder. He was the successor that the first Supreme Elder had specially nurtured. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, southern border's internal strife was endless. Yi Yang was framed and fell into Shang Clan's hands. Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate to pay a huge price to redeem Yi Yang from Shang Clan. Thus, Feng Yuan was looking forward to Yi Clan's ransom. Finally, the third was Qi Clan. The Qi Clan Gu immortal in Feng Yuan's hands was the clan's second Supreme Elder. He had a high status and authority. Moreover, Qi Chuyu had transacted with Feng Yuan before and obtained Dream Path research results. With such a precedent, it was natural for Qi Clan to compromise. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. He first chose to extort from Wu Clan, which he hated the most, and also Tai Clan, which hated the demonic path the most. As long as these 3 clans gave in, it would be much easier for Feng Yuan to extort other southern border righteous path forces. After all, with such a precedent, the righteous path would not be so ambitious. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini green heaven, immortal formation, immortal killer move, great thief ghost hand. The ghost hand entered Yi Yang's immortal aperture and returned with a rank 7 immortal Gu in its hand. Ing Wu Xie and the array spirit watched quietly from the side, their expressions numb. They were already used to it, because in this period of time, Feng Yuan had plundered a huge number of immortal Gu. Furthermore, he had stolen Xia Cha's 2 rank 8 time path immortal Gu, spring and summer. With such a shock, what happened next seemed lukewarm. To refine these immortal Gu, Feng Yuan specially created another immortal formation. This immortal formation used the Wisdom Refinement Gu formation as the foundation, adding in many Wisdom Path immortal Gu to create a modified version. Wisdom Refinement Gu formation. Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Feng Yuan had used Emo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Among them was the crucial Change Soul immortal Gu from the Battle of Etian Mountain. Now, Feng Yuan had lost the heart of a woman and was still using the light of wisdom as the core. The brand new Wisdom Refinement Immortal Array was even more powerful. Especially when Wisdom Gu was rank 9, it could easily suppress these rank 7 immortal Gu. Adding on Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level and wisdom path methods, he had made great progress. The Wisdom Refinement Gu formation's effect was outstanding. It had great results. A moment later, Feng Yuan refined the newly stolen immortal Gu. This was a space path immortal Gu. It looked like a blue jade ball with a pair of snow-white wings. Fang Yuan recognized this goo. It was called space travel. It had the effect of moving around. Shadow Sect's true inheritance had related information. For example, this goo was first captured from an ancient, desolate beast-level Pegasus. Fang Yuan stored this space travel goo. He was not proficient in space path, his attainment level was ordinary, and he did not have many space path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan had too many true inheritances. He had a vast number of immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes. He did not lack methods to use immortal goo. By now, he had already taken out the immortal goo of most of the southern border goo immortals. As for the lack of immortal essence, it had already been resolved. The 1 million immortal yuan stones that Xia clan had sent earlier were like a heavenly river that was pouring into a field that was about to dry up. 1 million immortal yuan stones meant 1 million green grape immortal essence beads. When converted into red date immortal essence, it was 10,000 beads. This amount had already greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's highest red date immortal essence reserve. Fang Yuan continued to use Great Thief Ghost Hand, but he did not take out any more immortal goo from Yi Yang's body. Thus, he placed this person back into the dream realm and pulled out another person. It was Qi Clan's second supreme elder, an Earth Path rank 7 goo immortal. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He attacked again. He wanted to take away all the immortal goo from these southern border goo immortals and put them into his own pocket. As for the people, he had to release some first. Extortion could be seen as a type of transaction, but the seller was very strong, while the buyer was very resentful and helpless. And when doing business, one had to pay attention to credibility. If he did not release some hostages, how could Southern Border's righteous path believe Fang Yuan? And how could they continue to be extorted with hope? Fang Yuan planned to release Qi Clan's second supreme elder first, then Yi Clan's Yang. Qi Clan had a transaction after all, and in the future, Fang Yuan still planned to support Qi Clan to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, these two clans would definitely continue to be extorted until the bottom line. Even though it was not easy to nurture a goo immortal, but the value of a hostage was fixed and had an upper limit. These righteous path forces had been established for so many years, they were not fools. If Fang Yuan's demand was too much and greatly exceeded the value of a goo immortal, or the price that the buyer could bear, they would not make a losing transaction. All in all, extortion required skill. Several days later, another batch of immortal yuan stones was obtained. That was Yi Clan's first ransom, 1,200,000 immortal yuan stones. In terms of value, Yi Yang could not compare to Xia Cha, but Yi Clan itself was very wealthy, at least surpassing Xia Clan. So they had even more immortal yuan stones in their current reserves. A super force's reserves of immortal yuan stones were more or less, but they were mostly around 1 million. Thus, Fang Yuan's first extortion of immortal yuan stones was not only because he himself was lacking them, but also because other forces could easily take them out. Although there was a certain difficulty, it was very small. First, he would make them submit, then he would use increasingly harsh demands to extort them, making them bleed bit by bit. Fang Yuan was well versed in the art of extortion. But this time, even though I captured the southern border immortals, I did not get any response from the Celestial Court. What did the Celestial Court prepare in the River of Time? Fang Yuan pondered in his mind. He constructed the year's flow execution formation this time. The main point was naturally to deal with the southern border immortals, but he also had the intention of luring the Celestial Court to make a move. If the Celestial Court had troops lying in ambush, they would most likely follow the tributary of the River of Time and attack Fang Yuan from both sides. But from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not see the troops of the Celestial Court making a move. Chapter 1623. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Red Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan's time path clone appeared, it attracted the attention of countless year beasts. Ah! Cluck cluck cluck. Roar roar. Countless year beasts roared as they pounced at Fang Yuan. A large number of ancient, desolate beasts pushed the desolate-level year beasts to the side. Their gazes were filled with desire. But soon, an immemorial year chicken flapped its wings valiantly. Desolate-level year beasts and ancient year beasts avoided it in panic. The scene was chaotic. The immemorial year chicken ran to Fang Yuan's time path clone and lowered its head, showing a docile expression. Fang Yuan smiled as he caressed the immemorial year chicken's head, its exaggerated crimson comb. He waved his sleeves and scattered countless mortal year goo. The immemorial year chicken clucked as it opened its beak, emitting a strong suction force that swallowed most of the year goo. Only a few year goo were scattered around, causing the surrounding ancient year beasts to fight over them. The immemorial year chicken was not satisfied after eating. It stared at Fang Yuan's time path clone, its eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A vast number of year goo flew out like pebbles on a beach, forming a storm. Everyone had a share. The year beasts went into a frenzy. After a long time, including the immemorial year chicken, all the year beasts had eaten their fill. The slight restlessness caused by hunger had disappeared, and they returned to their lazy state. They lay on the white clouds and entered a resting state, no longer moving. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked around and nodded before flying away. In this mini-red heaven, there were a total of 7 year beast groups. This was the third group that Fang Yuan was feeding. There were many year beasts in the sovereign immortal aperture to begin with. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used the year's flow execution formation to scheme against southern border's righteous path. Other than capturing the southern border immortals, his biggest spoils of war were the year beasts that he subdued in battle. These year beasts were of high quality. They were at least desolate level year beasts, a large number of ancient year beasts, and 7 immemorial year beasts. Originally, with Fang Yuan's soul foundation, he could only enslave 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts. But now, his soul path cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though it had been declining recently, most of his foundation was still intact. Enslaving 7 immemorial year beasts was not a problem. What was worth mentioning was that among these 7 immemorial year beasts, immemorial year chickens had the most numbers, 3 of them. The other 4 were immemorial year tiger, immemorial year dragon, immemorial year rabbit, and immemorial year horse. In the river of time, every once in a while, one of the immemorial year beasts would appear in large numbers. Clearly, this period of time was the most prosperous period for immemorial year chickens. However, even though Fang Yuan controlled 7 immemorial year beasts, each of them could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that Fang Yuan controlled earlier in terms of battle strength. But that immemorial year monkey died in battle. Of course, the battle strength of all 7 immemorial year beasts added together was much stronger than one immemorial year monkey. There was a clear difference in battle strength between immemorial year beasts. It was like the difference between rank 8 goo immortals. Fang Yuan fed these year beasts as he thought. With so many new year beasts, the cost of feeding them has increased by dozens of times. If not for extorting a batch of immortal yuan stones, I might not even be able to feed them. The higher the rank of the year beasts, the greater their appetite. And the food used to feed year beasts was year goo. Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water to refine a vast number of mortal year goo, which could barely support these year beast stomachs. And activating years flow like water immortal goo consumed Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence. Previously, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence to feed the year beasts. Now that there were so many year beasts, there were 7 immemorial year beasts. Thus, the feeding of year beasts had become Fang Yuan's biggest expenditure. Currently, Dang Hun Mountain has already been restored to 80%. The guts goose production is no longer terrible. It has become passable, barely acceptable. By the time Dang Hun Mountain is completely repaired, the year beasts will become a burden. Fang Yuan had to feed year beasts once in a while. Refining year goo using years flow like water was the most economical method, but it was still a huge burden. And Fang Yuan needed to raise these year beasts to deal with the battle in the river of time. So he had to solve the problem of feeding them. Actually, this problem was not just with year beasts, but also with eagle groups. Fang Yuan had once bought large numbers of eagle beasts to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The feeding of these eagles had always been a burden. To make them self-sufficient and bring them into the world of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would need to spend a lot of energy and funds to create a complete food chain. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Creating a complete food chain was also a Gu immortal's deep research and understanding of the heavenly Tao. But compared to eagle groups, year beasts were much larger in scale. They needed to be fed the most. Due to the uniqueness of Nian beasts, it was much easier for them to build a complete food chain. With Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Langya True Inheritance, and others, Fang Yuan always had a way to solve problems. Now, he had 3 options to choose from. The first option was to build a year essence pool. This was a resource point. It could also be seen as a miniature river of time. Its use was to simulate the environment of the river of time, to allow year beasts to live, and reproduce. The year essence pool had different sizes. It was divided into rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. The advantage of this option was that it saved space, and the year beast that lived inside would produce a certain amount of year goo. After a long time, it would produce other wild time path goo worms, or even sun beasts, moon beasts, and others, eventually forming a miniature river of time. The disadvantage was that the cost was too high. Just the rank 6 year essence pool alone was a huge sum. If converted into immortal yuan stone, it would not be 1 million or 10 million, but 100 million immortal yuan stone. And the rank 7 year essence pool was even more ridiculous. It involved many rare immortal materials. Most of them were priceless. A rank 6 year essence pool could be built if one was wealthy enough. But rank 7 was not something immortal yuan stone could solve. As for Fang Yuan, he needed a rank 8 year essence pool to contain those 7 immemorial year beasts. The second option was flowing gold time stage. This was a rank 7 time path immortal goo house. It was quite special. Because it needed to be fixed, it could not move freely like most other immortal goo houses. Once it was set up, flowing gold time stage would turn into a bright moon that shrouded the blessed land sky, rising and falling continuously. Flowing gold time stage could contain a large number of year beasts. They could also sleep peacefully. This way, the need to feed them would be greatly reduced. The advantage of this option was that flowing gold time stage could extract the year beast strength for its own use. It did not require Fang Yuan to expend immortal essence. This would allow Fang Yuan to make full use of the year beasts during peaceful times. He would not feed them for nothing. The disadvantage of this option was also obvious. Firstly, constructing this rank 7 immortal goo house, flowing gold time stage, required a large number of time path immortal goo. But Fang Yuan needed these time path immortal goo to protect himself. Secondly, flowing gold time stage had to be fixed as much as possible. It was attached to the immortal aperture and could operate on its own. Thus, even if it was constructed, it could not help Fang Yuan fight in the river of time. It was not proficient in battle. Thirdly, this immortal goo house expended the year beast's strength. If it was extracted to its limits, the year beasts would die and their time path Tao marks would be destroyed. Their corpses would have no value. Finally, when the year beasts wake up, they would need an enormous amount of food to replenish their expenditure. The third option was the 12 zodiac battle formation. By gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts and using them as the cores, the 12 zodiac battle formation could be formed. This formation specialized in offense. It was completely different from flowing gold time stage. Although it was a formation, it could move. Because the cores were 12 immemorial year beasts. Normally, these immemorial year beasts would be sealed like statues. They would not move and did not need to be fed. But during battle, they would be unsealed and form the battle formation to kill the enemy. Evidently, this formation with immemorial year beasts as the cores was not a modern goo formation. It was an ancient battle formation. It was similar to Green City Rampage and Heavenly Giant Solar, but the latter two used goo immortals as the cores, while this 12 zodiac battle formation used immemorial year beasts as the cores. The advantage of this option was that it could save on the cost of feeding the beasts, but the disadvantage was that it only targeted immemorial year beasts. If he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts, Fang Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. But to do this, Fang Yuan would need to find even more immemorial year beasts, and these immemorial year beasts would need to be of different types. This kind of collection work not only depended on strength, it also depended on luck. It was very difficult and would take a long time. After deep consideration, Fang Yuan decided to use the first option. Although the first option required the most investment, If it succeeded, the benefits would also be the greatest. With my own strength, if I want to build a rank 8-year essence pool, I might not even be able to build 30% of it before my finances would collapse and I would fall into a predicament. Fang Yuan's assets were actually very deep, but many of them could not be sold, for example, reverse flow river. Moreover, he had to face external pressure like the celestial court. He had to balance all aspects. He could not risk everything and build a year essence pool without caring about anything else. But now is indeed the best time for me to build a year essence pool. Xia Clan, you want to talk to me? Send me 3 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light first. Fang Yuan sent an information path mortal goo to Xia Clan's stall. Soon, Xia Clan replied, Fang Yuan is wise. Although my clan got rid of the Whirlpool Dawn Light, the origin is actually inside First Supreme Elder's immortal aperture. My clan's treasury does not have any of it. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. This reply was unexpected, but he sneered. How can I not know this? Send me 3 portions, no, 10 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light. Only then will I see your clan's sincerity. We can talk. Otherwise. But this Whirlpool Dawn Light is very rare. Even in jewel yellow skies, it is priceless. 3 portions is fine, but 10 portions, where can my clan find them? I don't care. That's your problem. Fang Yuan coldly replied the last sentence. Chapter 1624. Shang Clan. 3008 parts jade. I want it within 3 days. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. Shang Clan's side was in a difficult position. 8 parts jade is a rank 8 immortal material. Transactions in jewel yellow skies are usually within 100 taels. It is truly difficult for my clan to take out so much at once. He. I believe in your clan's strength. Shang Clan, who doesn't know that you are the number 1 force in southern border. Fang Yuan sneered. No matter how Shang Clan negotiated, their conditions did not change. Ba Clan. Where is my 7 treasures water? Fang Yuan urged. Ba Clan quickly replied. The 7 treasures water has been prepared. We can hand over the goods at the same time. Ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Very good. To express my sincerity, I will hand over a batch of goods first. What is this? The Ba Clan Gu Immortal was shocked and furious. Can't you tell? This is the arm of your clan's Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Fang Yuan, what is the meaning of this? You want to exchange for your clan's Gu Immortal with just some 7 treasures water? Isn't this too easy? Or do you think I am stupid? If you don't satisfy me, I will just kill him. Oh, of course, I will use a letter goo to record the process of killing him and hang it in jewel yellow skies. Or maybe, I can sell this person to Wu Clan? Hee. Ha. Fang Yuan laughed cruelly. The Ba Clan Gu Immortal almost crushed his teeth. After a long while, the Ba Clan Gu Immortal squeezed out a sentence. Fang Yuan, let's talk this out. It is easy for me to talk this out. First, send over the 7 treasures water and show your Ba Clan sincerity. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Your clan wants to overthrow Wu Clan and become the number 1 force in southern border. How can you be so petty? Wu Clan is willing to pay any price for an external supreme elder. Your Ba Clan's Gu Immortal is your blood relative. Can you just watch him die? What is your clan's first supreme elder thinking? Are you really that cold and heartless? Fang Yuan's words were sharp. The Ba Clan Gu Immortals on the other side had pale expressions. They were furious and helpless. Luo family, Ho family, Chai family. These were the targets of Fang Yuan's second wave of extortion. As for the Tai clan and the Wu clan, they did not make a move. Fang Yuan made all sorts of requests to these families. Naturally, he encountered resistance in the process. However, Fang Yuan had hostages in his hands, and his location was extremely secretive. It was impossible to find him, so he firmly held the upper hand. The southern border righteous faction had no choice but to pinch their noses and satisfy Fang Yuan's requests one by one. Among them, the Xia family's sincerity was the greatest. The 10 portions of Maelstrom of Dawn were the first to be delivered to Fang Yuan. Even though Xia Clan's Gu Immortal shouted about how difficult it was to gather these Dawn Light spiral vortexes, Fang Yuan knew that these super forces had deep foundations. Satisfying his extortion requests was not beyond their capabilities, it was just a little difficult. Maelstrom of dawn light, 8 parts jade, 7 treasures water. Some of these immortal materials were rank 8, some were rank 7, but there were many of them. They were all delivered to Fang Yuan one after another. Soon, Fang Yuan had more than half of the immortal materials he needed to construct the year essence pool. This efficiency was shockingly high. If Fang Yuan were to supervise and collect them alone, he would need to spend at least 10 years, and this was under a situation where his luck was good. Fang Yuan had deep foundations, but in terms of immortal materials, he could not compare to these super forces that had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. Of course, the immortal materials that Fang Yuan requested were not just the materials needed to construct the year essence pool. There were also many immortal materials that were prepared for him to refine immortal goo. At this moment, the time path clone arrived outside the immortal formation again. This is the last time of plundering. After this, these southern border goo immortals will not have any immortal goo on them. Southern border's righteous path had a total of 13 superclans. They were Wu clan, Ba clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Ho clan, Luo clan, Xiao clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Yi clan, Qi clan, Yang clan, and Yao clan. Fang Yuan could fight rank 8. Chasing after Fang Yuan was something that every clan could benefit from. Thus, every clan sent a goo immortal expert with at least rank 7 cultivation level. Their battle strength was the trump card of each clan. Even the Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha, personally took action to lead the heroes and unify the leadership to prevent internal friction. Such goo immortal experts each had at least 2 or 3 immortal goo. Some had 4 or 5 immortal goo, like Xia Cha. On average, each of them had 3 immortal goo. Before Fang Yuan finished plundering, these immortal goo, together with his previous accumulation, had already surpassed 100. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Seeing the southern border goo immortal Yang Ku being dragged out of the dream realm by the pure dream reality seeker physique body, Fang Yuan immediately used his signature method. A rank 7 immortal goo was taken out. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It was Soul Search Immortal Goo. This Soul Search Immortal Goo was rank 7. It was suitable for Fang Yuan to plunder their souls. But this goo is just icing on the cake. Although I do not have Soul Search Immortal Goo, I can use other Soul Path Immortal Goo to form the Immortal Killer move Soul Search. It is just that it is more convenient with this Immortal Goo. I might as well change this Soul Search Immortal Goo to Absorb Soul Immortal Goo. Shadow Sect once had Absorb Soul Immortal Goo. If Fang Yuan had it now, it would be much easier to take these southern border goo immortal souls into his body. With his current methods, he would need to go through a lot of trouble. Yang Ku had a total of 3 Soul Path Immortal Goo, but the next 2 did not have Absorb Soul Immortal Goo. The last person was Wu Clan's Lu Hao. This person has a method to counter my fixed immortal travel. I want to take a good look. Fang Yuan activated his killer move again and again. After a while, he finally took out an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was stunned. This immortal goo actually self-destructed once it left the immortal aperture. What is this situation? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He continued to steal, but he could only steal the remains of goo worms. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they all self-destructed along with the first immortal goo. Fang Yuan carefully examined these goo worm remains and soon found out that this was a special refinement path method. As long as these goo worms left the immortal aperture, they would all self-destruct. There is actually such a method? This refinement path method is extraordinary. It is definitely on the same level as Long Hair Ancestor. It seems that this goo immortal was not simply recruited by Wu Clan. He is likely to be someone from the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the truth. In the history of goo immortals, there were 3 refinement path grade experts. They were all supreme grandmasters. Other than Long Hair Ancestor from the medieval antiquity era, there was also old eccentric Tian Nan from the remote antiquity era and old immortal Kong Ju from the olden antiquity era. These 2 were pure humans. Most of their true inheritances were collected by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Wu Clan. He knew about Wu Clan's information clearly. Wu Clan did not have such a refinement path method. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. This method was out of his expectations. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and suffered a loss. At the same time, he realized, I had planned to use Year's flow execution formation to lure out the arrangements of the Celestial Court in the River of Time and expose them to me. To think that the Celestial Court infiltrated Southern Borders Group to hunt me down. So close. With Fairy Myrtle's methods, this person is definitely not the only one. She definitely has other arrangements. Thankfully, I retreated in time and did not get entangled with Lu Weiyin. Wu Clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border. How could they be so easily infiltrated by the Celestial Court? This matter is not so simple. It is likely that Wu Yong brought in the strength of the Celestial Court to deal with me. Humph, he is indeed a formidable person. He is not afraid of this matter being exposed and violating the taboo of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he looked at the remains of the immortal Gu in his hands again. Gu as before, he muttered softly. Gu as before was an idea he had once had. It was an idea derived from man as before and landscape as before. When Gu worms were injured or destroyed, using Gu as before could restore them to their previous state. But this idea seemed good, but the more one looked into it, the more unrealistic it became. Mortal Gu were Tao marks, immortal Gu were fragments of the great Tao. To restore them, Gu as before's power and rank had to far surpass the target. Just this point meant that Gu as before was not as practical as man as before and landscape as before, not to mention the difficulty in manipulating it. But now, Fang Yuan seemed to be able to see a trace of Gu as before's embryonic form on these Gu worm remains. These Gu worms are clearly of space path, but refinement path Tao marks can be attached to them. After activating it, I can destroy them. Refinement path was good at refining Gu, but conversely, it was also good at destroying Gu worms. Maybe to me, these Gu worm remains are more valuable than the immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. In the ambush earlier, Lu Hao had used fixed space immortal Gu to deal with Fang Yuan, preventing him from activating fixed immortal travel. The Celestial Court's design was to prevent fixed space Gu from falling into Fang Yuan's hands. But in fact, there were many ways to counter fixed immortal travel. Fixed space Gu was not the only one. On the contrary, I might be able to find clues from these Gu worm remains and create Gu as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan carefully stored these Gu worm remains. To him, there was a lot of reference value. Of course, it would be better to directly look at the methods and inheritances of the Celestial Court. But this possibility was too remote for Fang Yuan. I have absorbed long-hair true meaning, and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju, who were equally famous as long-hair ancestor. Most of the inheritances of these two must have been collected by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he could clearly see the opportunity to create Gu as before, the Celestial Court was like an insurmountable wall, blocking Fang Yuan's path. Chapter 1625. Celestial Court. Yu Hall Qianzhong was still as bright and dignified as ever. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. Purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. Next, she frowned slightly, muttering in an ethereal tone. Fixed space immortal Gu has self-destructed. After Fairy Myrtle obtained Star Constellation Chessboard, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu immortal world. This time, she sent Lu Hao and Jun Shangguang to deal with Fang Yuan. How could she not be on guard against Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand? A lesson learned. Fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was stolen by Fang Yuan from Feng Zhega right under Fairy Myrtle's nose. Fairy Myrtle would not make such a mistake a second time. Yuan Qiongdu, shortly after, Fairy Myrtle contacted this newly promoted rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court, Lady Zi Wei. Yuan Qiongdu immediately replied, "Go refine fixed space Gu." Fairy Myrtle instructed plainly. Yuan Qiongdu's expression changed. He was the one who arranged the refinement path Tao marks on fixed space Gu and the others, so he had a rough idea. Fairy Myrtle's words were meaningless. Lu Hao was most likely dead. Lu Hao and Yuan Xiongdu came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Xiongdu hesitated for a moment before asking, Lady Ziwei, Lu Hao, he is likely captured by Feng Yuan, but I would rather he be killed by Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle's tone was indifferent. It was shockingly similar to how Feng Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path. Yuan Xiongdu was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fairy Myrtle's words were not because she had a personal grudge with Lu Hao and wanted him to die, but because if Lu Hao was captured, it meant that the other Southern Border immortals were also captured by Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan killed Lu Hao, the other Southern Border immortals would be no exception. In this way, there would be a blood feud between Feng Yuan and the Southern Border Righteous faction. There would never be any possibility of compromise or cooperation. Southern Border had previously experienced the Battle of Etion Mountain and the Battle of Dream Realm and suffered heavy losses. This time, if the Southern Border immortals were killed by Feng Yuan, it would truly be a blow to their vitality. The entire Gu immortal world's strength and foundation would fall to the bottom of the 5 regions. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, the border wall would disappear, and Central Continent would be the first to attack Southern Border. Once the Southern Border was annexed by the Central Continent, the Central Continent had 2 regions and was already the strongest. It immediately surpassed the remaining 3 regions and had a great advantage. The situation had also changed, and they were no longer in the predicament of being trapped in the 4 battlefields. Compared to the big picture, what was sacrificing a mere rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Hao? After understanding this, the shock on Yuan Xiongdu's face disappeared as he said, I will go and refine fixed space Gu now. Yuan Xiongdu had already made ample preparations. He was a rank 8 and had the help of the Celestial Court's refinement path formation. Refining fixed space immortal Gu and other things should be a sure thing. However, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with uneasiness. This uneasiness was an omen for Wisdom Path Gu immortals. The 3 elements of Wisdom Path were thoughts, wills, and emotions. The rise, change, and destruction of emotions, to Gu immortals of other paths, might only be their own emotions. But to Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it had a different meaning. Could it be that I missed something? What is it that is making me so uneasy? Fairy Myrtle calmed her mind and held star constellation chessboard as she made deep deductions. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Feng Yuan was able to set up this ambush successfully because of the first step. He successfully lured the Southern Border immortals into the time path formation. This is not his contribution. Shadow Sect set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time long ago by combining natural Dao marks. Feng Yuan had formation path Grandmaster attainment. He could at most set up an immortal formation based on immortal materials. Only after reaching formation path Great Grandmaster level could one set up an immortal formation based on the natural Dao marks of the outside world. Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such people. Thus, they had already set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, completely concealing this tributary of the River of Time. This immortal formation that was set up based on natural Dao marks might save immortal Gu, but it had its drawbacks. The main drawback was that according to the distribution and arrangement of the natural Dao marks, the time path formation that was set up would be different. When Gu immortals set up this immortal formation, not only did they need to have their own ideas, they also had to adapt to the situation. If the time path Dao marks of another location were used, they would not be able to set up such a powerful concealment time path formation. Thus, the terrifying battle result of Feng Yuan successfully ambushing and capturing the Southern Border immortals could not be replicated a second time. Fairy Ziwei had paid a huge price for this. She had used the crucial clues brought back by Jun Shen Guang to deduce this after much difficulty. Without the restriction of the immortal formation, even if Feng Yuan uses the pure dream reality seeker physique body to self-detonate, the dream realm will not expand quickly. Gu immortals can escape easily. If he uses an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, the battlefield of other paths will be corroded by the dream realm and destroyed. Thus, Feng Yuan's battle tactic using the dream realm does not pose much of a threat. Then why am I feeling uneasy? Is it because of Spectral Soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle left the hall and went to a certain place in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul was here, after Dang Hun Mountain self-detonated. He used this chance to use the soul path Dao marks to protect himself and put up a desperate resistance. But Celestial Court did not lack methods. Now that Fairy Myrtle arrived, a grand immortal formation had already been set up. It was buzzing as it activated. This gigantic immortal formation was like a gigantic grindstone, constantly grinding away the soul path Dao marks inside. Spectral Soul, you still want to put up a desperate resistance? It is a pity, in 3 days, the soul path Dao marks around you will be completely ground away by the formation. Your actions earlier are just a show of struggling at death's door. Fairy Myrtle entered the formation and smiled coldly at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was silent as a rock. He did not reply. Purple light burst out in Fairy Myrtle's eyes at the same time. Star Constellation Chessboard let out dense blue light. She scanned the entire immortal formation and Spectral Soul's body. After a few times, she was sure that there was nothing wrong with Spectral Soul's body. He did not have any hidden methods to resist. There is no problem with Spectral Soul. It seems that my uneasiness is not here. Where is it then? Wait, don't tell me. Fairy Myrtle came out of the immortal formation. Her expression changed as she thought of a person. Thus, she immediately moved without hesitation. She left Celestial Court personally, arriving at a nameless valley in Central Continent. The valley was lush and green. There was a waterfall inside. Duke Long was living under the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and protecting Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong. If there was anything that could make Fairy Myrtle feel uneasy, it would be this great dream seed. The waterfall rumbled. It fell down like a waterfall. Water vapor was thick. In a dream realm, the young girl Feng Kim Hong had snow-white skin. She was elegant and beautiful. She sat quietly on a snow-white rock with her eyes closed. A Gu immortal with an extremely concealed aura. He had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He had a strong body. He stood quietly at the side. He was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, looking at Feng Kim Hong. Senior Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle quietly went forward, greeting in a low voice. Duke Long nodded. He raised his hand and gestured for Fairy Myrtle to keep quiet. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes. She let out a soft cry like a young phoenix. Next, she activated her killer move, pointing at the dream realm in front of her with her index finger. Whoosh! With a soft sound, white light shot out, entering the dream realm. The dreamland suddenly froze. Then, with a crash, it shattered like a mirror, scattering in all directions. I succeeded in learning Shatter Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised her arms, cheering. Duke Long nodded. He had a gratified expression on his face. Fairy Myrtle had a look of shock in her eyes. Feng Kim Hong's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Any killer move of the old paths, even if it was rank 9, even if it was a rank 9 Immortal Gu house, could not do anything to Dream Realms. To think that Feng Kim Hong's mortal killer move, Shatter Dream, was actually effective against Dream Realms. Huang Er, you have cultivated for a long time. Go and rest. Duke Long sent Feng Kim Hong away. He had an amiable expression. There was no trace of the terrifying divine might that he had when he rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alive. Yes, Master. Feng Kim Hong knew that Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had important matters to discuss. He left obediently. After Feng Kim Hong left, only Duke Long and Zishan Makoto were left. Duke Long asked, "Why did you come here?" "Nothing much. I just felt uneasy, but I could not find the reason." Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. Duke Long frowned. "With your wisdom path attainment, uneasiness is a huge matter. But you could not find the reason?" Fairy Myrtle nodded. "I deduced Feng Yuan and checked Spectral Soul's location. I still felt uneasy, so I came here to take a look." Duke Long smiled. "Then you saw it. What do you think of this place?" Fairy Myrtle also smiled. "I was overthinking. With Senior Duke Long's guidance, Feng Kim Huang's progress is far beyond expectations." Duke Long shook his head. "I have no attainment in Dream Path. Huang Er was able to achieve this because of her innate talent and independent cultivation. I am only watching over her to prevent any accidents from happening to her." Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. She praised sincerely. This child is the hope of our celestial court's resurgence and unify the 5 regions. Duke Long nodded, his gaze flickered. I know where your uneasiness is coming from. Oh, Lord Duke Long, please enlighten me. My wisdom path attainment is not even 1/10,000th of yours, but I can only control those people. Since it is not Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, or Feng Kim Hong, then it can only be Red Lotus. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, are you talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance? 3 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal Goo. Normal people could guess that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance because he was unwilling to give up. He wanted his descendants to continue to destroy Fate Immortal Goo. How is the progress in finding Red Lotus True Inheritance? Duke Long asked. Chapter 1626. A trace of dawnlight, bright and fresh, continuously rotating like a dream, hovered at the center of Feng Yuan's time path clone's palm. Around Feng Yuan, Ing Wuxie and the rest were already prepared. Let's begin. Feng Yuan called out. The aura of goo worms on his body surged. His immortal essence was expended intensely. The rank 8 immortal material whirlpool dawnlight in his hand exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Ing Wuxie and the rest stopped this whirlpool dawnlight, not allowing it to spread further. Whirlpool dawnlight's extensibility was extremely good. It expanded to 100 li, even though it no longer had its luster and was like a transparent water wave. Feng Yuan's time path clone could still feel the whirlpool's wind at the center. Feng Yuan inspected and saw that the Shadow Sect Immortals had already stabilized the situation. He took out the second whirlpool dawnlight and did the same thing. Numerous vortexes exploded in the light of dawn, dyeing the surrounding area of 100 miles into a dreamy light, flickering and flickering. At this time, Feng Yuan took out the 7 treasures water. This water was grayish-white in color. It was not eye-catching. There were all kinds of lumps in the water. They were like gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and agate. But if these lumps were fished out, once they left the surface of the 7 treasures water, they would turn into 7 treasures water and sprinkle down. The time path clone raised his hands, raising a lump of 7 treasures water above his head. For the next step, the clone could only assist. Feng Yuan's main body had to take action. Because Feng Yuan's time path clone's cultivation was only rank 6, it was not enough to take on this responsibility. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense had already enveloped this place. Any trace of abnormality could be seen by him instantly. At this moment, Feng Yuan activated his method. His immortal essence was rapidly expended. A white light landed on the 7 treasures water, gurgling. The 7 treasures water started to boil. Countless bubbles appeared on the surface. The lumps in the 7 treasures water were like snow encountering the sun. They dissolved at a visible speed. The 7 treasures water's volume continued to expand. Soon, all the lumps in the water were eliminated. After it purified the 7 treasures water, another strange light shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water immediately turned into a lump of ice, emitting cold air that spread out and engulfed Feng Yuan's time path clone. Then, it spread out in all directions, accurately covering the surrounding 50 li. When Ing Wuxie and the others saw this, they hurriedly threw the 8 division jade in their hands into the dense cold mist. Everything went on smoothly, inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Several days later, with a loud rumble, a huge pool of 100 li was formed. This is rank 8 year essence pool. Because of the ample preparation and luck, Feng Yuan's first attempt at setting up the year essence pool was a success. Feng Yuan inspected it 3 times. After making sure there were no mistakes, he started to use time path methods to draw in the tributary of the river of time. In every immortal aperture world, as long as time was still flowing, there would be a tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time was usually hidden. Only special time path methods could be used to target and guide it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture was much wider and faster than ordinary immortal apertures. The tributary of the river of time smoothly poured into the year essence pool and flowed out from the other end of the pool. However, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out was weak like a stream. It flowed slowly, no longer surging like before. In the year essence pool, the water level was rising slowly. In the following period of time, the entire sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would slow down. When the year essence pool was full, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out would return to its original state, and the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would also return to normal. The year essence pool's construction was successful. Feng Yuan's time path clone and the shadow sect immortals were extremely tired. They did not sleep or rest for several days. They had to concentrate and expend a lot of immortal essence. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense was still paying attention. The others left to rest. Feng Yuan's time path methods gradually lost effectiveness. The year essence pool and the tributary of the river of time became fainter. After a while, they completely disappeared, hidden deep inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was rather special. It was connected to the tributary of the river of time. It did not show itself. Its effect was not just a resource point, it also had the effect of a dam. For example, if the year essence pool leaked or accumulated water, it could cause the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to change. Even though Feng Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years, these moves expended immortal essence, and after each use, there would be a time interval. It could not affect the tributary of the river of time a second time. But with the year essence pool, this was much easier. Thus, many Gu immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct such a pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's time. Of course, most of them constructed rank 6 or 7 year essence pools. They were not like Feng Yuan, who constructed a rank 8 year essence pool. A rank 8 year essence pool was too expensive to construct, the investment was too huge, and formation path methods were needed. In essence, it was an immortal Gu formation. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. He could use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to set up a Gu immortal formation. The year beast started to cheer. The water level of the year essence pool was still very low, but a small number of desolate level year beasts sensed it and went in. They were born in the river of time, grew up in the river, and died in the river. The environment they were most suited to was the river of time. And the year essence pool simulated the environment of the river of time. It was no wonder these year beasts welcomed it so warmly. As the tributary of the river of time continued to pour in, the year essence pool continued to expand. Be it the whirlpool dawn light, 7 treasures water, or 8 parts jade, they all had good ductility. They were condensed into one and did not have the characteristic of collapsing on their own. When the year essence pool was filled with water, this rank 8 year essence pool would reach a terrifying size of 10,000 li. Even more amazing was that it was hidden deep inside, like an illusion. It did not occupy any space in the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was like an independent small world. Feng Yuan could set up his own food chain. It had nothing to do with the sovereign immortal aperture. What made Feng Yuan most satisfied was that the year essence pool itself could restrain year beasts. They could only move around in the pool and could not run outside. With this, Feng Yuan could take in even more year beasts, and these year beasts could be completely wild. For example, wild immemorial year beasts. Feng Yuan could only control 7 immemorial year beasts now. If these immemorial year beasts died in battle, Feng Yuan would not have any reinforcements. But if there were other wild immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool, Feng Yuan could sacrifice 1 or 2 immemorial year monkeys to temporarily enslave them and replenish his forces in time. This was extremely beneficial to his plan to go to the river of time. After this period of recuperation, Feng Yuan's main body's injuries had already healed. Next, I need to separate these Gu immortals' bodies and souls, then extract their souls and soul-search them one by one. At the same time, Feng Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path did not stop. But this time, there was a strong resistance. Southern Border's righteous path forces started to unite to resist Feng Yuan. The year essence pool was expensive. Feng Yuan's extortion had already made all the forces feel pain. Feng Yuan kept asking Southern Border's righteous path to show their sincerity, but he himself did not show any sincerity. This made Southern Border's righteous path secretly think about it and decided to unite to pressure Feng Yuan, to force him to submit. Several days later, Feng Yuan, if you do not show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not let you get any more resources. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He negotiated with Feng Yuan with a firm tone. But he quickly changed the topic. Earlier, our Southern Border's tribes have already shown our sincerity. Now, Feng Yuan, only if you show your sincerity can we continue to negotiate. Otherwise, even if you kill these Gu Immortals, we will not compromise. Feng Yuan sneered. What kind of sincerity do you want from me? Do you want me to release a portion of the captives first? Shang Clan's Gu Immortal quickly replied. We are not asking for you to release the hostages. We can do it step by step. For example, Immortal Gu. You do not need many Immortal Gu. You can return them to us first, and as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's righteous path was not stupid. If they let Feng Yuan release a portion of the hostages first, then the righteous path clans that obtained benefits might not put in any effort in the following negotiations. Thus, they would rather Feng Yuan release the Immortal Gu, Immortal Aperture Resources, Gu Immortal Bodies, and Gu Immortal Souls in batches first. Chapter 1627. Redeem Immortal Gu? How can that be? Feng Yuan snickered coldly. Immortal Gu were unique. This kind of thing was unique in the world. If Feng Yuan had it, it meant others did not. Thus its value was hard to estimate. Even though Feng Yuan had once sold Immortal Gu and purchased a large number of eagles. But back then, his life was in danger. He had no choice. Feng Yuan had countless killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes. He could use most of them. The only problem was the burden of feeding them. But before that, Feng Yuan had already solved it. Even though he had obtained a large number of Immortal Gu now, the feeding resources for these Immortal Gu were almost all on the Southern Border Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortal experts were the trump cards of their clans. They had deep foundations. How could they not be able to raise their own Gu worms? Because they could feed Immortal Gu independently, their battle strength was stable, allowing Gu Immortals to be unparalleled and defend their own territories. Currently, Feng Yuan could not use many Immortal Gu, but if he could not use them now, what about in the future? The future was not certain. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, Feng Yuan was able to turn the situation around. Other than the guidance of the will of the stars, the most important reason was that Feng Yuan had changed soul Immortal Gu. One could say, without this tiny rank 7 Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan would have died long ago, and Shadow Sect would still be able to succeed in defying heaven. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. No one could say for sure. In the future, one of these Immortal Gu might be similar to Change Soul Immortal Gu and allow Feng Yuan to turn the situation around. Not to mention, if Feng Yuan sold some of them and someone obtained them, they would be like Feng Yuan in the Battle of Etion Mountain, turning the situation around unimaginably. Feng Yuan did not hesitate to reject the proposal of trading Immortal Gu. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was not angry. Then we can exchange Gu. This new proposal made Feng Yuan's heart move. For Southern Border's righteous path, they definitely wanted to recover their losses. Everyone knew that Feng Yuan was extremely vicious. He was likely to kill the hostages and kill the captives, so they were prepared for the worst. These Immortal Gu of the Southern Border captives were of great value to the various clans. Because they knew how to use them, many Immortal Gu were taken from the clan's treasury by the Gu Immortals. The clan also had killer moves for them. In fact, many killer moves were signature methods, but without the corresponding Immortal Gu, they could not be used. Thus, to Southern Border's righteous path, they would rather give up some of the Immortal Gu in their treasury, because these Immortal Gu were not very valuable to them. Next, they would use these Immortal Gu to exchange for Feng Yuan's Immortal Gu. This was a very profitable transaction. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment. This deal was essentially a win-win situation. It was also quite beneficial to him. Many Immortal Gu were not useful to Southern Borders clans. Their value was not high, but to Feng Yuan, they were crucial. I'm interested in this proposal, but what kind of Gu worms can your families take out? Feng Yuan asked. Shang Clan's Gu Immortals were prepared. They immediately sent a list to Fang Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Who knew that after Fang Yuan received the list, he said, "Let me think about this list first. Next, I also have a list for your clans." Fang Yuan, I have already said, unless you show your sincerity, our southern border righteous path will not accept your extortion. The Shang clan Gu immortal's tone immediately changed. Fang Yuan laughed. Your southern border righteous path wants to trade immortal Gu, sure. But my condition is that you give me all the immortal materials on this list. Only then will you have the qualifications to trade. Fang Yuan, don't go too far. We cannot continue the discussion if you continue like this. Hee hee. Fang Yuan laughed. The Gu immortal that fell into my hands this time is Shanghu Zhang, right? What do you think will happen if I sell this person to Floating Life Immortal? The Shang clan Gu immortal was stunned. Floating Life Immortal was a southern border demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal. He had deep hatred with Shanghu Zhang. He had declared more than once that if Shanghu Zhang fell into his hands, he would pull out his tendons, skin him alive, and grind his bones to ashes. I believe that if I sell Shanghu Zhang to Floating Life Immortal, he will definitely be interested. Fang Yuan said slowly. Fang Yuan, you dare. The Shang clan Gu immortal was furious. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Fang Yuan retorted. I even dare to offend the celestial court. Why would I be afraid of you? A mere Shang clan? You. The Shang clan Gu immortal could not restrain his anger at a bandit like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, don't overestimate yourself. You are only the person chosen to negotiate with me. Do you really think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? Let me give you another example. Luo clan's Luo Fei is also in my hands. Tell me, if I strip her clothes and throw her into a cesspool, what will happen? Or, if I throw her into a group of giant monkeys in heat, then use an information path mortal Gu to record everything that happens and sell it in jewel yellow skies, what will happen? The Shang clan Gu immortal gritted his teeth, deep disgust flashing in his eyes. Fang Yuan, you are a demon, the reverse flow river lord. You have inherited Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and other true inheritances. Your name is known throughout the world. How can you be so shameless and despicable? No, you are wrong. Fang Yuan shook his head. It is not that I am so despicable. It is your attitude that is wrong. You want to anger me and even sow discord, saying many bad things about the other clans. For example, how Luo clan cursed me and wanted to target me and harm me. I believed your words. That is why I took revenge on Luo clan. This time, the Shang clan Gu immortal could not speak. He could only tremble with a pale expression. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Now, do you still think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? After a long while, the Shang clan Gu immortal looked like a deflated balloon. All right, you win, Fang Yuan. I'll take this list back, but I can't guarantee how they'll react. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. I don't need you to guarantee anything. You have no qualifications to do so. Even if you do, I won't believe you. Go ahead. You can tell them what I said just now with a lot of embellishment. Oh, yes, I must receive a satisfactory answer within 3 days. If not, I will sell Shanghu Zhang to Floating Life Immortal first. The Shang clan Gu immortal panicked. Fang Yuan, you cannot do this. I can represent Shang clan to talk to you in private. I won't talk. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it. The Shang clan Gu immortal could not contact Fang Yuan anymore. Veins popped on his forehead as he flew into a rage. In less than 3 days, Southern Border's righteous path handed over all the resources on Fang Yuan's list. With the hostages in hand, Fang Yuan had too much initiative. He did not need to use other methods. Just some despicable tricks could destroy the reputation and prestige that Southern Border's righteous path had accumulated for thousands of years, turning Southern Border's righteous path into the biggest laughingstock in the eyes of the 5 regions Gu immortals. Of course, in the past countless years, there had been cases of righteous path Gu immortals falling into the hands of the demonic path. But these demonic path Gu immortals were not as deranged as Fang Yuan. Most of them did not have wisdom path methods like Fang Yuan. Wisdom path Gu immortals were very rare. Even if Southern Border's righteous path forces did not have wisdom path Gu immortals, They could rely on their connections to find a wisdom path great expert to help them. But when it came to Fang Yuan cultivated wisdom path to begin with. His killer move Yama Emperor could defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. If he really hid, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his exact location. Most importantly, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s. He had outstanding battle strength. He had a ruthless nature, and was also cunning and vicious. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept Fang Yuan's conditions. Of course, this was all because Fang Yuan's extortion had not reached the bottom line of Southern Border's righteous path. If it really reached the bottom line, these Southern Border righteous path forces would not be so easy to deal with. Fang Yuan, we can have a good talk now, right? The Shang Clan Gu immortal from last time found Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You are really unwelcome. You can't even avoid such a troublesome task? The Shang Clan Gu immortal's expression was dark. Just like what Fang Yuan said, this task would damage his reputation, but so what? He had no choice but to show up this time. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder had personally mentioned his name. Let's not talk about idle talk. We have already satisfied your conditions now. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan snatched it. Fang Yuan said, Now, it is time for me to show my sincerity. Here. What is this? Fang Yuan smiled. This is an information path mortal Gu, specially for E-Clan's use. I used some blood path methods to refine it, so only E-Clan's Gu immortals can refine it. Even if others refine it, they will fail. Even if they use methods to refine it, they will not receive any accurate information from me. This? No need to ask, take it back and you will know. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it, he left again. The Shang Clan Gu immortal was vexed. As long as he handed this Gu worm back according to Fang Yuan's instructions, E-Clan's Gu immortals refined it and quickly obtained an address. They were worried this was Fang Yuan's scheme, so they gathered the other clans and went together. Finally, they found Gu immortal Yang. Yang. This is our clan's Gu immortal Yang. Oh heavens! This Fang Yuan actually released a captive. At once, the Southern Border immortals were surprised and joyful, but even more incredulous. Wait, don't be happy too early. There might be a problem with this Yang. Even without the reminder of the other clans, E-Clan had already started a comprehensive inspection. The final result was that this was indeed Yang and not Fang Yuan's disguise. It was just that this was not the complete Yang, it was only his body. Yang's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan's sincerity made the Southern Border Gu immortals see hope in saving the captives. In the following conversation, Fang Yuan said frankly, The reason why I released Yang's body is naturally to gain more benefits. I might even capture you in the future, so I won't ruin my reputation in this aspect. You can rest assured, as long as you can pay the price, I will return all the captives to you. Fang Yuan, this scoundrel. At once, Southern Border's righteous path did not know how to respond. The immortals had mixed feelings. There was joy from seeing the hope of saving the hostages, but also disgust, anger, hatred, helplessness towards Fang Yuan, as well as a trace of uneasiness and fear. Fang Yuan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his strength, he had the ability to capture lone righteous path Gu immortals. As long as he succeeded and escaped far away, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Fang Yuan. Even rank 8 Gu immortals became vigilant. Facing the demon Fang Yuan, they were not safe. After all, Xiacha was the best example. Chapter 1628. Although Fang Yuan's words made Southern Border's righteous path furious and fearful, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He had successfully convinced Southern Border's righteous path. Although this sincerity made Southern Border's righteous path hate Fang Yuan even more, they chose to believe in Fang Yuan's sincerity in this aspect. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity, because, to them, losing a Gu immortal was a greater loss. If it was a rank 6 Gu immortal, then so be it. Most importantly, these Gu immortals who were captured were all rank 7 experts. They were their trump cards. Xiaclan Xiacha was even their first Supreme Elder. Such a person, if they lost her, it would have a huge impact on the entire clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Fengjoga. Their resource points were immediately coveted by the surrounding 10 great ancient sects. They were under great pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same source, Celestial Court. Their relationship was much closer than Southern Border's Righteous Path. But even so, if Southern Border's Righteous Path fell into such a situation, their situation would no doubt become even more disadvantageous. If all the Southern Border Righteous Path clans lost these Gu Immortals, it would be fine. But what they were worried about was, what if Feng Yuan killed one group and released another? Earth veins were moving at this time. All kinds of immortal materials and wild immortal Gu had appeared in this period of time. Southern Border's forces were already fighting fiercely with each other. Southern Border's Righteous Path already had many factions and conflicts. The earth veins moving even more intensified these internal conflicts. If Feng Yuan killed one group and released another, the balance between the Righteous Path forces would be broken. The whole of Southern Border would be in turmoil again. Southern Border's Righteous Path accepted Feng Yuan's extortion because they were afraid of Feng Yuan, or worried about the captured people. It was not purely like that. They were still worried about themselves. Whoever Feng Yuan released and killed could already change the whole situation of Southern Border. They were indeed afraid of Feng Yuan, even if they did not admit it. But they were even more afraid of each other. Precisely because of this situation, Feng Yuan extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path without any restraints. The Righteous Path may sound dignified, but when it comes to fighting, they will not be careless. Northern Plains He Tribe is the best example. He Tribe is weak, but with the excuse of being the culprit of 88-point Jinyang Tower, all the Huangjin tribes immediately attack them. Compared to a lone wolf like me, no matter how much extortion you extort, you won't be able to snatch away my territory. It's also impossible for me to establish a super faction and occupy these territories in a hurry. On the other hand, the other righteous sects have many people and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is greater. Speaking of which, this is still because the Southern Territory's powers are numerous and lack a strong leader. If I did this in Zhongzhou State, the 10 ancient sects wouldn't even give a damn about me. The Southern Border, the Western Desert, and the Eastern Sea are all filled with mountains and forests. However, the Southern Border's internal conflicts are the most intense because of the earth veins moving. As for Northern Plains, thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had already appeared in the world earlier and was currently actively unifying the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Previously, this plan was secretly obstructed by the Celestial Court. It was unknown which Celestial Court spy disguised as Feng Yuan and killed Cloud Young Master Yunliang, causing Longevity Heaven's plan to recruit Northern Plains lone immortals to be thwarted. But not long ago, Longevity Heaven had an opportunity. That was Langya's sect's allegiance. Longevity Heaven absorbed the whole of Langya's sect and did a lot of propaganda, letting the whole world know that Longevity Heaven had accepted the whole of Langya Blessed Land. According to the agreement between Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor, Langya Blessed Land would be given equal status, and they would be responsible for protecting them. This action of buying a bone with 1,000 taels of gold was really beautiful. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world was shaken by this. Langya Blessed Land's Gu Immortals were all variant humans. Longevity Heaven was actually so generous. In that case, it would definitely treat human Gu Immortals even more favorably. Longevity Heaven changed the minds of the people because of this. It changed the views of the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Their recruitment of lone immortals progressed at a rapid pace. It was completely different from before. Speaking of which, Land Spirit of Langya joining Longevity Heaven at this time is truly a fool's luck. Longevity Heaven was so active. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, Northern Plains would definitely bring even more trouble to Central Continent. Western Desert's Shao Clan and Southern Border's Qi Clan were also secretly receiving Feng Yuan's support. Feng Yuan's actions were not limited to this. During this period of time, he had been promoting the threat of Celestial Court and Jewel Yellow Skies. He had mentioned the threat of Starcast and Fate Immortal Gu time and time again. The Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Battle of the Dream Realm, Langya Sect's Battle, and many other scenes were displayed by Feng Yuan in jewel-yellow skies. He silently described the ambition and tyranny of Celestial Court in interfering with the other four regions. Such actions did not seem to have any reaction. But Feng Yuan believed that in the other four regions, no superforce would not feel disgust towards such a celestial court. They were just restraining themselves for the time being. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects accepted Celestial Court because they were subordinate sects of Celestial Court. They were created by members of Celestial Court. Northern Plains Righteous Path forces could accept Longevity Heaven because they had the same bloodline, and Longevity Heaven was Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. It represented the Orthodox lineage. As for Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these super forces dominated their own regions. They were used to acting like tyrants who would want to have another force above them, ordering them around. Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search, Feng Yuan had obtained rank 7 Soul Search Immortal Goo from Yangku. He had already conceived a killer move that used Soul Search Immortal Goo as the core, but its power was more than 10 times that of activating Soul Search Immortal Goo. Under the effect of this killer move, all sorts of information was extracted from the Goo Immortal souls and transferred into Feng Yuan's mind. The lives of the Goo Immortals, their cultivation secrets, the conflicts between their forces, their secret treasuries, and so on, were all seen by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of Southern Border's information to begin with. On one hand, it was the records in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. On the other hand, he had disguised as Wu Yihai and joined Wu Clan, using Wu Clan's channels to understand more. On this basis, with the first-hand information of many Goo Immortals, Feng Yuan immediately gained a deeper understanding of Southern Border's situation. Even rank 8 Goo Immortals like Wu Yong and Qi Chu, you could not compare to Feng Yuan in understanding of Southern Border's situation. This means that the Immortal Goo lists provided by each clan are all correct, but they are lacking in some details. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces naturally gave Feng Yuan a list of Immortal Goo to exchange for. Feng Yuan's soul searched these Goo Immortals and immediately understood the details of these forces. If it were rank 6 or ordinary rank 7, they might not be able to do so, but these rank 7 Goo Immortals were all experts. Strength meant authority. They were the core of each clan's authority. Feng Yuan did not mind the concealment of the clans, because he knew that these Immortal Goo were concealed because the clans were unwilling to exchange them. They had high value to each clan. If Feng Yuan wanted to exchange for the Immortal Goo on the list, it would be easier for him to succeed. In fact, he also wanted to exchange for Goo. I need to construct an Immortal Goo house. I need a place to rest and recuperate in the River of Time. Moreover, with the Immortal Goo house, those Goo Immortals from Shadow Sect can also join the battle and lend me a hand. Some Immortal Goo could not be used by Feng Yuan. He could exchange them. After all, Southern Border's Righteous Path would have a greater advantage in dealing with Celestial Court in the future. Of course, some Immortal Goo were of great use to Feng Yuan. He would not exchange them. Immortal Goo were unique. They had great value. But what was more important was the overall situation. Celestial Court. The Immortal Formation rumbled. Fairy Myrtle held the iron dragonfish as she looked down at Spectral Soul. Scenes of memories emerged from Spectral Soul's body, appearing in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. With this portion of the food path true inheritance, Celestial Court can also produce gold, silver, copper, and iron dragonfish, changing the situation in jewel-yellow skies. Spectral Soul, you are finished. Earlier, Dang Hun Mountain self-detonation allowed you to live for some time. But now, what else do you have? Chapter 1629. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. The surging power struck Xia Cha's soul fiercely. But soon, Xia Cha's soul shone with time path Dao marks, blocking Feng Yuan's soul search killer move. But Feng Yuan did not give up. He continued to inject immortal essence without stopping. After a long while, like a pair of hands lifting a corner of a steel plate, a hole appeared in the time path Dao marks on Xia Cha's soul. Feng Yuan's soul search killer move finally took effect. A large amount of information was greedily absorbed by Feng Yuan at this moment. But the time path Dao marks did not admit defeat. The Dao marks around the hole in the defense were still closing in. Eventually, as time passed, this loophole that Feng Yuan had painstakingly created was filled up by time path Dao marks. It was not that the defense here was much tighter than before. Feng Yuan's soul search killer move had to stop because of this. This Xia is worthy of being a rank 8 Gu immortal. Her foundation is deep. Her soul also has a time path defensive method that can resist a rank 7 soul search killer move. This defensive method also has the effect of self-recovery and self-counterattack. It is truly amazing. Feng Yuan captured the southern border immortals. After stealing their immortal Gu, he extracted their souls and isolated them from their bodies. At this level, the risk of imprisoning these southern border Gu immortals had already fallen to a negligible level. Next, he searched the souls of these souls that did not have a physical body to protect them. The souls of Tai Chu Zhong, Shanghu Zhong, and the rest did not pose much difficulty to Feng Yuan. All the information was plundered by Feng Yuan. But when he encountered Yang Ku, there was some trouble. Yang Ku was a rank 7 expert who cultivated soul path. He naturally had a strong resistance against soul search methods. Yang Ku was not a problem. The bigger problem was Lu Hao. Lu Hao's fixed space immortal Gu were arranged by the celestial court. Feng Yuan could not obtain them. His soul was naturally not left out by the celestial court. They also had strong defensive methods. However, in the end, the two of them still fell to Feng Yuan's means and had their souls searched by him. If Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivators, then Feng Yuan's spectral soul true inheritance was undoubtedly the #1 soul path sacred scripture in the world. Because of this, Feng Yuan found out that Lu Hao's true identity was actually an inner member of the celestial court. However, the most troublesome one was Xia Cha's soul. Xia Cha's soul was filled with time path Dao marks, forming a tight defense that blocked any external attacks. Feng Yuan's soul searching was disadvantageous to Xia Cha, so it was naturally a form of offense. Feng Yuan used all of his methods to suppress it with the help of the immortal formation and modified the soul search killer move to its current limit. Only then could he soul search Xia Cha's soul. However, this level of soul searching was extremely difficult, and the progress was not smooth. Feng Yuan would often have to expend a great deal of effort to break through a small loophole. This loophole would not exist forever. After a while, it would be covered by time path Dao marks again. Feng Yuan could only search the soul when the loophole was formed. After this time, the surface of the loophole would have even more time path Dao marks than before, and its defense would be stronger. But thankfully, the time path Dao marks on Xia Cha's soul would not increase. If there were more time path Dao marks on the loophole, it meant that there were fewer Dao marks in other areas. This gave Feng Yuan a better opportunity for his next attack. Everyone else's souls had already been searched. Only Xia Cha's soul was left. Feng Yuan attacked Xia Cha's soul while using his time path clone and fixed immortal travel to enter the immortal apertures of the Gu immortals. Because of the first-hand information obtained from soul searching, Feng Yuan knew the situation inside these Gu immortals' immortal apertures. It was easy for him to use fixed immortal travel to enter. Moreover, Feng Yuan knew what good things were hidden inside these immortal apertures. When Gu immortals cultivate, their own immortal apertures are of utmost importance. These southern border Gu immortals were all experts with deep foundations. The management of their immortal apertures was also top-notch. There were many good things inside. These Gu immortals were basically all released by Feng Yuan. Because annexing their immortal apertures and gaining Dao marks would be far inferior to extorting those super forces that Feng Yuan was extorting. The increase in Dao marks would increase one's foundation, as well as a brighter future. But no matter how bright the future was, it would be meaningless if they could not get past the current obstacle. The current obstacle was Fate Gu, or more accurately speaking, it was to prevent the Celestial Court from completely repairing Fate Gu. But Feng Yuan had no clue about this. He could already evade the Celestial Court's pursuit, but Fate Gu was stored in the depths of the Celestial Court. How to prevent the Celestial Court from repairing it was far beyond Feng Yuan's abilities. Thus, Feng Yuan did all he could to enter the River of Time and inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. In human history, the three demon venerables attacked the Celestial Court one after another. Only Red Lotus demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu. Although he did not destroy it completely, he did indeed damage Fate Gu. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable died, he left behind his true inheritance. It was highly likely that he left behind a plan to destroy Fate Gu. And to successfully inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance and not be destroyed by the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan needed to raise his time path strength. The methods of the other sects would be greatly weakened in the River of Time's battlefield. They were basically useless. The Year Essence Pool, Time Path Immortal Gu houses, and many more, Fang Yuan needed to transact with Southern Border's righteous path. And Fang Yuan's bargaining chip was naturally these Gu immortal captives. Several days later in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Roar! In the sky above mini Southern Border, a dark green rock dragon roared. Its huge and slender body slithered around. Next, under the control of Fang Yuan's killer move, the rock dragon plunged into the ground of mini Southern Border. Next, rumbling sounds resounded in the surroundings. This rock dragon forcefully drilled deep into the ground, until even its tail disappeared. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The matter of drawing in the ore vein is finally done. This rock dragon was not the kind of rock dragon of the Rockman tribes. It was formed from a ore vein. This ore vein was formed from the rank 7 immortal material, dark inkstone. It was moved from the immortal aperture of a Southern Border captive who cultivated Earth Path by Fang Yuan. As for the method to move such a large ore vein, Spectral Soul's true inheritance naturally had records. But the immortal Gu and killer move that Fang Yuan used came from that Southern Border captive. He himself was the same, moving the dark inkstone or vein from the outside world into his immortal aperture. What Fang Yuan was doing now was merely imitating his actions. With this dark inkstone or vein, I can mine a batch every year and sell them in jewel yellow skies. But this profit, even though it was not much, it was a steady stream. Because the dark inkstone or vein would continuously absorb the surrounding earth chi to strengthen itself. As long as Fang Yuan maintained a certain mining rate, he could rely on this place to continuously mine dark inkstone. Even though dark inkstone was not a high rank 7 immortal material, it was still a rank 7 immortal material after all. Its value could not be ignored. Maybe I can even move a batch of rockmen over and reproduce using the dark inkstone or vein. Fang Yuan had a thought. This was very beneficial to the rockmen. The higher the grade of the ore vein, the more beneficial it was to the reproduction, survival, and strengthening of the rockman tribes. Even more importantly, the rockmen would also feed these ore veins, making them even purer. This was a win-win situation for both sides. But if the rockmen were moved over, this dark inkstone or vein would not be suitable for mining. It would be left as a new home for the rockmen. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to move the rockmen over. He did not care about the wealth from mining the dark inkstone or vein. He cared more about the future profits from the rockmen and the ore vein. Fang Yuan naturally obtained more than just this dark inkstone or vein from the Southern Border captives. In mini Southern Border, there were dozens of mountains. Most of the mountains were ordinary mountains, but they had dense earth path Dao marks, which was a treasure trove. There were also some mountains that reached the level of famous mountains. For example, the interior Rain Mountain. This mountain was always shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Drops of rain fell from the dark clouds. These drops of rain were not ordinary rainwater. They were the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. For example, Copper Seal Mountain. This mountain was crimson in color. It was in the center of Fangjing. It was like a huge seal that stood on mini Southern Border. Copper Seal Mountain did not have a trace of soil. It was completely made up of all kinds of copper. There were mortal-level copper materials like Chaotic Heaven Copper, Wisdom Copper, Snowflake Copper, and immortal materials like Dark Profound Copper and Ascending Dragon Copper. Of course, the majority of the mortal materials were mortal materials. There was only a small portion of immortal materials, and most of them were rank 6 immortal materials. The highest copper material could reach the 7th rank, and there was only one type. That was the famous Tyrant Copper. Once this type of copper appeared, it meant that there would not be a second rank 7 copper material appearing. Mountains, or veins, forests. Because these Gu immortal captives came from Southern Border, almost half of the resources were moved to mini Southern Border by Fang Yuan. Because the resources and environment were very suitable, The other half of the resources were distributed to the other 4 mini-regions and the mini-9 heavens. For example, mini-central continent had a phantom shadow flower garden. A vast amount of immortal farmer soil was used to create a fertile plain. In Kokitahara, there was a heaven pillar wind. This wind was shaped like a giant pillar. It was extremely tall and long. When heaven pillar wind blew, it did not move. It blew on the same spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that was supporting the sky. In Mini-Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area. It was called Wave Flower Sea Area. The sea area had surging waves. Countless mystical flowers were born and extinguished in the waves. They were called wave break flowers. Because the time it took for them to grow and wither was very short, they were hard to pick. When Fang Yuan obtained the method to nurture this resource from Yi Yang, he was quite surprised. In Mini-Western Desert, there were more than 10 fusang trees. Each branch of this tree was an immortal material. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big. If we convert it to a specific value, the sovereign immortal aperture's development rate was only 3 to 4%. Now, because of this annexation, it has reached 8 to 9%. Don't forget that these immortal apertures of southern borders Gu immortals still have a lot of resources left, including the largest one, Xiacha Grotto Heaven. This way, it can definitely reach 10%. Fang Yuan sighed. These resources varied in size. Many large resource points were the economic pillars of southern borders Gu immortals. In Jewel Yellow Skies, Celestial Court had already started selling copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and silver dragonfish at low prices. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge setback. But so what? Chapter 1630. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini-Southern Border. Rumble. The ground shook fiercely. Next, the dense light of the Earth Path Killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. In this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil. Large amounts of steel were exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This was the White Steel Bowl Valley. After extorting Shang Clan, Fang Yuan obtained the method to construct the White Steel Juice resource point, as well as the corresponding construction materials. The White Steel Bowl Valley was a mid-sized resource point. After construction, it would be able to condense the rank 7 immortal material White Steel Juice at the center of the concave area. With this immortal material, Fang Yuan could feed rank 7 Edge Gu by himself. Earlier, when he searched Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture, he did not find any resources to feed Edge Gu. After soul-searching Tai Chu Zhong, Fang Yuan realized that he was planning to construct such a resource point. He had already negotiated the price with Shanghu Zhong. Fang Yuan extorted Shang Clan again. He did not pay any price and constructed the White Steel Bowl Valley. After completing this task, Fang Yuan's time path clone went to Danghun Mountain without stopping. A crystal mountain towered majestically. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy luster. Fang Yuan tossed soul cores to Danghun Mountain. After a while, a large number of guts Gu were produced on the surface of the mountain. Danghun Mountain was finally repaired. It was close to its complete state. At 99%, that was enough. Fang Yuan would not be able to reach the complete state. Celestial Court was already familiar with Danghun Mountain's complete state. Even though fixed immortal travel was in Fang Yuan's hands, Celestial Court might have some immortal killer moves that could have similar effects to fixed immortal travel. From now on, I can produce a large number of Guts Gu. The Guts Gu trade has resumed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, sighing internally. It was not easy to achieve this step, and it consumed a huge amount of Fang Yuan's celestial core power. Danghun Mountain had been destroyed before, but it was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, turning into a pile of mud, but it still had Soul Path Dao marks. But this time, Fang Yuan only had a small piece of Danghun Mountain rock. Most of the Soul Path Dao marks were destroyed along with Danghun Mountain. From this restoration of Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan deeply experienced the profundity of Orderly Well Killer move. This rank 9 Immortal Killer move was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. It was extremely powerful. Without its help, Fang Yuan would never be able to repair Danghun Mountain. With the Guts Gu trade, the Celestial Court will not be able to restrict my income. However, because I moved so many resource points from southern borders immortal apertures, I can cultivate without relying on the Guts Gu trade and maintain a virtuous cycle. I should use these Guts Gu for my soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had once surpassed 100 million man soul, but it had fallen greatly now. If he cultivated his soul again and raised his soul foundation, Fang Yuan would be able to enslave even more immemorial year beasts. It is a pity that the development of Green Ghost Desert did not succeed. Qing Chou escaped. Swan Bu Jin's identity was exposed. Hunting soul beasts has become an empty dream. However, maybe I can borrow Fang Clan's help. Fang Yuan had a thought. He wanted to cultivate his soul. He naturally needed more Guts Gu, which meant he had to expend even more souls. The souls of southern border Gu immortals could not be used here. It was a waste of resources. Soul cores were the most suitable. Where could he get a large number of soul cores? The price of soul cores in jewel yellow skies had already risen, especially recently. It had been raised to a high level. Fang Yuan naturally knew that the Celestial Court was behind this. Fang Clan. In the conference hall, the Grand Elders gathered together. Everyone, take a look at this letter. An old man sat on the main seat. He was tall and sturdy. His white hair fluttered like a lion's mane. He was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Shi. Fang Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Dichang, third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng, as well as Fang Ji, Fang Chun, Fang Lung, and Fang Yun were all in the hall. The immortals read the letter with different expressions. Fang Chun gritted his teeth. I already felt that Swan Bu Jin was not a good person. To think that he was actually Fang Yuan in disguise. Now that his identity was exposed by the Celestial Court, he even accused my Fang clan of colluding with demonic path people. Now, my clan is being ostracized and besieged by other righteous path forces. It is all because of that demon Fang Yuan. He actually wants my Fang clan to provide soul cores for him? He is simply daydreaming. Fang Chun was Fang Clan's son-in-law. He had once had a quarrel with Fang Yuan. Now, he immediately expressed his stance. He did not want to be in cahoots with this demon Fang Yuan. Rank 7 Poison Path Gu Immortal Fang Ji glanced at Fang Chun, asking with an indifferent expression. This means, Fang Chun, you want to reject Fang Yuan's request? Fang Chun was dazed. Do you think my Fang clan is afraid of Fang Yuan? Right now, all the righteous path forces are working together to deal with my Fang clan. Their reason is that we colluded with demonic path people. Now, if my clan still transacts with Fang Yuan, I'm afraid this will become even more of an excuse. Fang Ji was silent. Ever since Fang Clan defeated the Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi in Green Ghost Desert, they successfully captured Divine Bean Palace and even subdued 2 rank 7 Lone Immortals, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, to become Fang Clan's slave Gu Immortals. Their gains were huge. But at the same time, Fang Clan also paid a huge price. The 3 immortal Gu houses that participated in the battle all suffered heavy losses, while they could not refine Divine Bean Palace. Fang Clan's strength fell because of this. In the Celestial Court exposed this matter, Fang Clan was immediately targeted by the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. But did they really want to reject Fang Yuan? This question had been lingering in the minds of Fang Clan's Gu Immortals for a long time. How could Fang Clan afford to reject him? Fang Clan was being targeted by the other clans. They were facing huge pressure. They were in a precarious situation. At this crucial moment, would they offend Fang Yuan? In the current world, who did not know that Fang Yuan was a vicious and crafty person, but he also had great battle strength. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Such a person was all alone. He had no friends or family to tie him down. He did not have any territory or force. Fang Clan had no way to deal with him. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals recalled the information from a while ago. How did Fang Yuan use fixed immortal travel to repeatedly destroy Southern Border's Qi Clan's resource points? If they really refused Fang Yuan and Fang Yuan attacked, he would deal with Fang Clan like how he dealt with Qi Clan. What would Fang Clan do? In Southern Border, Qi Clan was a righteous path force. After being attacked by Fang Yuan, no clan came to reinforce them. And Fang Clan's situation was far worse than Qi Clan. Not only did Fang clan not send reinforcements, they would even attract the attacks of other righteous path forces. If they were not careful, Fang clan would become the next Northern Plains He clan. Their headquarters would fall and their clan would be exterminated. Fang Long, Fang Yun, what do you think of this? Fang Dichang suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Fang Yun was stunned. The two of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. In such an occasion, they would not be able to speak. They only had the qualifications to listen. Now that he was suddenly asked, he was caught off guard. This? I don't know what to do. After all, Fang Yuan saved my life. He is my benefactor. Moreover, didn't the alliance agreement between our clan and him stipulate it? It is not impossible for him to ask for soul accounting as a reward. Ah, of course, I'll listen to you, Lord Foster Father. You can just calculate it. Fang Dichang's expression sank slightly. He stared at his adopted son before looking at Fang Long. Compared to the lively Fang Yun, Fang Long had a steady nature. He was looked upon favorably by many Fang clan Gu immortals. They thought he was the future hope of Fang clan. Fang Long pondered for a moment before saying, I wonder if everyone saw that in this letter, Fang Yuan did not use Xuanbu Jin's name, but directly used Fang Yuan's real name? Fang Chun snorted coldly. Firstly, the Celestial Court exposed this matter. Even if Fang Yuan uses Xuanbu Jin's identity, it will be useless. Secondly, he might still want to threaten our clan. Directly using his real name is saying, I am Fang Yuan. If your Fang clan does not do as I say, you will have to face my Fang Yuan's anger and revenge. Fang Long smiled. There are indeed a few layers of meaning. Fang Yuan is very confident that he can bring trouble to our Fang clan. I also believe this, so I think we should agree to Fang Yuan's request. What? Fang Chun raised his voice. His eyebrows were raised. He was about to retort. But at this time, Fang Dichang waved his hand. Let him continue. Fang Chun did not dare to make a sound. Fang Long breathed in deeply, continuing, Everyone, our clan is in a predicament, facing difficulties from all sides. Is it really because we cooperated with this demon, Fang Yuan? Not at all. The true reason is that our clan obtained Divine Bean Palace. Once we digest this victory, the #1 position in Western Desert's righteous path might be transferred to our Fang clan. Strength represents authority, and even more so, benefits. Our clan's rise naturally has to trample on the bodies of other clans. This is the true reason why all the great clans cannot tolerate our clan and want to deal with us. If our clan does not satisfy Fang Yuan's request and draw a clear line with him, will the other righteous path forces let us off? Impossible. Instead, our clan will become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. If such a demon overlord takes revenge, any super force will have a huge headache. And if we satisfy Fang Yuan's request in his letter, not only will our alliance with him be broken, we will also be able to pull our relationship closer. We might even be able to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to deal with other super forces. Of course, we will only secretly hand over the soul cores to Fang Yuan. We will also discuss with him and break off relations with him on the surface. So what if we lose these rank 6 and 7 soul cores? They are just some immortal materials. As long as our Fang clan survives this crisis, what immortal materials will we lack in the future? The immortals were silent. Fang Dichang stroked his beard and smiled. Fang Shi laughed heartily. All right, let's do it this way. Fang Yun will communicate with Fang Yuan. Oh. Fang Yun was dazed. Fang Long was the one who made the analysis and suggestion. Why was he the one to carry it out? But First Supreme Elder's orders could not be ignored. Fang Yun could only accept it. This Fang Long can distinguish right from wrong. He has a clear view of the overall situation. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder are deliberately nurturing him, wanting to nurture him into the future successor of Fang clan. How can such a person have the stain of colluding with a demon? Thus, we can only let Fang Yun take over. Fang Chun looked at the ignorant Fang Yun, his eyes flashing with pity and sympathy. This kind of pity and sympathy also had the feeling of being in the same boat. Why did Fang Yun have to do this? Because Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son. Fang clan's 2 biggest factions were First Supreme Elder Fang Shi and Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. Chapter 1631. Soul cores were the size of eggs. They were dark blue and almost black. They rained down on Deng Hun Mountain from the sky. The soul core was the essence of a soul beast. After a soul beast died, its corpse would be useless. It would turn into ashes and only leave behind the soul core. Soul cores contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. They were excellent goo materials. Soul cores varied in size. Ordinary soul beast soul cores were the size of rice grains. They were the size of eggs at rank 6. Rank 7 immemorial soul beasts had soul cores that were the size of carriages. After some discussion, Fong Clan finally agreed to Fong Yuan's request and secretly sent a large number of soul cores. These soul cores were all rank 6 goo materials. A few were rank 7. There was not a single rank 8 soul core. Fong Yuan had 2 rank 8 soul cores. He kept them and did not want to use them on Deng Hun Mountain to produce guts goo. Rank 8 immortal materials were usually used to refine rank 8 immortal goo or to set up formations. It was just that using it to produce guts goo was a waste of resources. Deng Hun Mountain shone brightly. The soul cores turned into powder. Their essence scattered and sank into Deng Hun Mountain. In a flash, guts goo were formed. They were growing rapidly. Fong Yuan saw this and nodded to himself. This way, my soul path cultivation will be on the right track again. I will be able to advance quickly. Soul path foundation was extremely important to Fong Yuan. It was needed to enslave immemorial year beasts, and the deeper the foundation, the more immemorial year beasts Fong Yuan could enslave. Yama Emperor's killer move expended soul path foundation. Every time a wisdom path goo immortal deduced Fong Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and block for Fong Yuan. A portion of Fong Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Burning soul bursting luck was the same. There was also lead soul into dream killer move. Fong Yuan had already researched this killer move thoroughly. There was a chance of failure in leading other people's souls into dreams. But the higher Fong Yuan's soul foundation was, the higher the success rate of the killer move. Fong Yuan directly used his real name to send the letter. Without the disguise of Swanbu Jin, the Fong clan's response was not beyond his expectations. A lone wolf like Fong Yuan would find it very difficult to invade a superpower's territory. At most, he could plunder some resources. However, the other superpowers were different. They would occupy or even seize resource points for a long period of time and send forces to guard them. The biggest threat to Fong Clan was the other righteous path forces that were eyeing them covetously. Furthermore, the Western Desert is a very special place. Western Desert's goo immortals are more willing to compromise than the other 4 regions. This was not because Western Desert goo immortals had soft bones, but because of the environment. The Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Oases dotted the vast desert like stars. When goo masters fought with each other, once the oasis was destroyed, they would no longer have the foundation to survive and could easily end up in mutual destruction. On the other hand, the oases had different products. Goo masters' cultivation needed to complement each other. Thus, goo masters often set up caravans, and after breaking through many obstacles along the way, different goo masters, as well as different forces, often cooperated with each other. Thus, for a long time, Western Desert's goo masters developed the habit of compromising and taking the initiative to compromise in order to survive together. Any goo immortal would cultivate step by step as a goo master. This habit was deeply ingrained in their bones and was already a part of Western Desert's goo immortal's nature. Fong Yuan had roamed Western Desert for a period of time in his previous life and knew the nature of Western Desert's people. If Fong Yuan captured Western Desert's goo immortals, the righteous path forces would definitely compromise faster than Southern Border, and their attitude would be more realistic and upright. If Fong Yuan captured Northern Plains goo immortals, it would be different. Northern Plains goo immortals did not fear death and would even think that it was a form of humiliation to be ransomed. It would be a headache for Fong Yuan to capture Northern Plains goo immortals. In the following days, Fong Yuan resumed his soul path cultivation while extorting Southern Border's righteous path forces. At the same time, he continued to soul search the Southern Border captives. Fong Yuan placed the focus of his soul search on Xia Cha. Even though the process of searching her soul was slightly difficult, it was not like there was no progress. Fong Yuan's immortal aperture's time was fast. After a long time, he had made many gains. Soon, Xiacha's immortal killer moves were dug out by Feng Yuan. Xiacha was indeed worthy of being Xia clan's first supreme elder. She created 2 sets of killer moves around spring, summer, autumn, and winter immortal goo. Each set had 4 moves. The first set of killer moves was mainly used for offense. They were spring scissors, summer fan, autumn hair, and winter coat. Among them, Feng Yuan had already seen spring scissors and summer fan. These 2 moves were ferocious and displayed the power of rank 8. Autumn hair was an investigative killer move. It greatly made up for Feng Yuan's lack of investigative ability. And winter coat was a defensive killer move. It was also quite effective. The second set of killer moves was used to manage the immortal aperture. They were spring plowing, summer plowing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. Each move was ingenious and mystical, and even more amazing was that when these 4 moves were used together, their power would multiply. They were extremely effective in managing the immortal aperture. Other than these, there were other moves for healing or dodging. They were also quite exquisite, but they could not compare to these 2 sets of killer moves. Actually, conceptualizing immortal killer moves was a very difficult thing. It tested the Gu Immortal's talent and ability. Central Continent Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years in closed cultivation before he deduced the killer move Lightning Deity. And this was after he used Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe as a reference. Under normal circumstances, a Gu Immortal would need 5 to 6 years to deduce and conceptualize a killer move without the help of wisdom path methods. It was not easy to choose a suitable Gu worm from a myriad of Gu worms. When the Gu worms were combined, there were countless choices. Even if they were conceptualized, it would not work if it had no practical value. The repercussions would also be unacceptable. After completing the killer move, they would have to continuously modify it in the following years. That was even more difficult. Of course, 5 to 6 years did not mean the Gu Immortal could do nothing, but deduce the killer move wholeheartedly. If the Gu Immortal had something to refer to, like Immortal Gu recipes or the inheritances of predecessors, they could shorten this time. However, this time was calculated in units of years. Feng Yuan could deduce and modify killer moves easily every time. The main reason was the light of wisdom. The rank 9 wisdom Gu was not just for show. Of course, there was another important factor. That was his deep attainment level foundation in all sorts of paths. The immortal Gu and immortal killer moves obtained from Xiacha greatly replenished Feng Yuan's time path strength. He could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, like a volcano eruption. But Feng Yuan still faced an awkward problem. Spring and summer are both rank 8 immortal Gu. They can only be activated with rank 8 immortal essence. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Without using other methods, I don't even have the qualifications to refine them. So I still need to raise my cultivation level to rank 8. This way, not only will I be able to use spring and summer, I will also be able to use Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan made a deduction for the advancement to rank 8. Several days later, he completed the deduction. Not counting the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations, rank 7 had to go through 3 grand tribulations to advance to rank 8, and these 3 grand tribulations would get stronger and stronger. Feng Yuan's own progress was already very close to the final 3rd grand tribulation. The threat of the grand tribulation itself was not high. Even if Providence adjusted it to its limit, Feng Yuan had exposed Heavenly Secret Killer Move and had the initiative. Feng Yuan was not worried about the Grand Tribulation, but the human tribulation. To undergo the Grand Tribulation, one had to place their immortal aperture and connect with the outside world, absorbing heaven and earth chi. At this time, Feng Yuan's location would be directly exposed to Providence at the same time. It would be much more difficult to guard against others' deductions. Celestial Court would not let go of this chance. They would definitely have an estimate of Feng Yuan's cultivation level. If Feng Yuan underwent tribulation in Southern Border, after Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of it, even if they were captives in Feng Yuan's hands, they would definitely find trouble with Feng Yuan and get rid of Feng Yuan as soon as possible. Because if they got rid of Feng Yuan, there would be no future trouble. In the long run, Southern Border's righteous path would gain even more benefits. Feng Yuan's dragonfish business had already been obstructed by Celestial Court. His income had fallen sharply. From this, it could be seen that Spectral Soul could no longer hold on. Celestial Court's soul-searching had made a lot of progress. As time passed, Celestial Court would obtain more information. Fang Yuan would be in a more passive position. The methods and spectral soul's true inheritance would continue to fall in value. Right now, Celestial Court is my main enemy. The key to fighting against Celestial Court is Fate Goo. If Celestial Court completely repairs Fate Goo, I will have no chance of winning. If it is destroyed, I can continue to struggle. And the key to destroying Fate Goo is Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had already deduced that there was a high possibility that Red Lotus True Inheritance contained a method to destroy Fate Goo. And inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance depends on whether I can break through Celestial Court's defensive line in the River of Time. The key to this is the Third Grand Tribulation. If I pass it and become rank 8, I will be able to use Spring, Summer, and Wisdom Sword. These 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. My battle strength will rise sharply and I will have hope in the battle in the River of Time. If I cannot pass it, I will die. Even if I survive, I will have lost the opportunity. Once I fall behind, I will always fall behind. Unless Celestial Court makes a serious mistake, they will not give me any chance to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He could see the current situation clearly. The most important thing now was how to pass the Third Grand Tribulation and become rank 8. In the following days, other than cultivating his own soul-searching Xia Cha, and managing his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan focused on exploring dream realms, practicing new immortal killer moves, and modifying old killer moves. Modifying old killer moves was necessary, especially soul path killer moves. They needed to be greatly modified. Otherwise, when fighting against Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, Fang Yuan would be in a passive position if they countered him. Practicing new killer moves, Fang Yuan mainly practiced Xia Cha's methods. He only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but Autumn Goo and Winter Goo were also rank 7. He could practice their corresponding immortal killer moves. There were 2 difficulties in practicing killer moves. One was that they could easily get injured, but Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He did not have conflicting Dao marks, and he also had man as before. This was not hard to overcome. The second was that it consumed a lot of immortal essence. If immortal essence was expended quickly, he could use Immortal Yuan Stone to convert it. Fang Yuan was originally short on funds, but now that he had a lot of business, he did not lack money. Chapter 1632. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Blurred Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had already entered the dream realm. Under the setting sun, do you believe in fate? A human female immortal with skin as white as snow, wearing a yellow robe under her curved eyebrows, a pair of misty eyes looked at the beautiful sunset with worry. Fang Yuan was acting as a Rockman Goo immortal, but he could not control him. The dream realm was deducing on its own. The Rockman Goo immortal said in a muffled voice, I, 2G, cultivate rule path. I naturally believe in fate. Ever since I saw you, Fairy Ruoli, I knew that you were my destined partner, the person I would spend my entire life pursuing and loving. Fairy Ruoli smiled, but her brows were slightly furrowed as she turned to look at the Rockman Goo immortal 2G. That is indeed the case. We are fated to be an immortal couple. Ewa, what? I. The Rockman Goo immortal was stunned before becoming overjoyed. Shouting in disbelief, Fairy Ruoli, you have agreed to it? Fairy Ruoli nodded her head lightly. Oh heavens, oh heavens. Ha 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 ha. I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh heavens. 2G waved his hands and legs, shouting towards the sky. After failing over 3,000 times, I finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. Ruaw, Fairy Ruoli, from today onwards, you are my wife. You are my husband. 2G's body trembled in excitement. The trembling was so intense that small rock fragments started to fall from his body. The second scene. Ruoli was lying on 2G's arm. She was as light as a white feather. She looked at the sky. The clouds were moving and her eyes were clear as water. 2G's eyes were in a daze. His gaze did not shift. It was focused on Ruoli's face. He muttered, although more than 10 years have passed, I feel like this is all a dream. Ruoli, oh Ruoli, my wife, I swear I will love you and protect you. If you have any wish, I will do everything I can to satisfy it. Really? Ruali asked softly. Of course. 2G answered without any hesitation. A rare look of hesitation appeared on Ruali's face. After a long while, she said with difficulty, Then kill someone for me. Kill who? Even if it is a rank 8 existence, believe me, I will risk my life to kill him. 2G agreed with a solemn expression. It's just a newborn baby, Ruali said with a smile that was filled with bitterness. 2G was stunned. Baby? Ruali took a deep breath. Do you believe in fate? I cultivate rule path, so of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything has its own specific path, which is fate, 2G replied. Ruali continued. Then let me tell you, this baby is very likely to be the future Venerable, known as Reckless Savage. In the future, I will definitely die in his hands. What? 2G was shocked. Ruali, how many times have you predicted this prophecy? Ruali smiled bitterly. Actually, just once is enough. But I have indeed calculated many times, and every time the result is the same. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying in Reckless Savage's hands is my fate. 2G's mouth was dry. His calm heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down. But right after that, surging killing intent suddenly gushed out from his body, and he slowly stood up. Then I'll go kill him. Although this is fate, I don't believe that I, a Grand 2G, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, cannot kill a baby. Fong Yuan's soul foundation continued to be expended. Third scene. 2G was heavily injured. He returned to Fairy Ruali. His lips were trembling. He had guilt on his face, along with some shock. Fairy Ruali smiled faintly. I know, on your way there, you met your old enemy and coincidentally, he just had a breakthrough. 2G was overjoyed. You deduced it? Fairy Ruali nodded. From the moment you were attacked, I deduced it. 2G was stunned. He hesitated for a moment before asking. Then Ruali, since you deduced it, why didn't you come to help me? If we husband and wife worked together, we could definitely kill that guy. Ruali shook her head and smiled bitterly. You still don't understand? This is fate's arrangement. If I did not tell you the result of my deduction, you would not have killed that baby. If you did not kill that baby, you would not have met your old enemy. Any attempt to change fate will be met with fate's punishment. The injuries all over your body right now are your punishment, and if I had gone to help you, there would have been other obstructions. 2G blinked a few times before reacting. He said in joy. So it was like this. That's great, Ruali, your decision was correct. You can't get hurt. I'd rather be torn into pieces than have a single strand of your hair broken. Ruali smiled bitterly at 2G. Now you know how powerful I am? No need to try anymore. Stay by my side. Quietly accompany me. Accompany me for the last period of my life. I believe with you by my side, I will be very happy. No. 2G's body shook. He said fiercely. Absolutely not. I won't sit by and watch this happen. I won't let you die. I promised you. I swore that I would love and protect you forever. But my death is fate's arrangement. 2G, my husband, you also said that you believe in fate. Ruali said with deep meaning. Then, I don't believe it. At first, 2G struggled and hesitated, but towards the end, he could not help but roar. He clenched his fists and his anger soared to the sky. The fourth scene. 2G went to search for that crucial baby again, but an earthly calamity suddenly appeared. That city collapsed, the refugees scattered, and the baby was nowhere to be seen. 2G killed any mortals he caught, but he ran into several righteous path human immortals. After a huge battle, although 2G killed a few, he became a wanted criminal of the human Gu immortals. The fifth scene. Several years later, the calamity and tribulation were extremely strange. 2G barely survived the tribulation and almost died. When he was lying on the bed, unable to move, he heard that Ruali had finally deduced the exact location of that baby. I am going to kill him. 2G struggled to get up, but after a few steps, he fainted. After waking up, he looked at the white-haired fairy Ruali and sobbed. It's all my fault, Ruali. You managed to deduce it after so many years of closed cultivation. If not for my incompetence. Fairy Ruali smiled warmly and consoled. It's all right, I can deduce it again. The sixth scene. They encountered a beast tide. The seventh scene. Fairy Ruali's deduction failed and she suffered a backlash. Her youth was exhausted and she became an old woman. She lay in 2G's embrace and smiled bitterly. I must be in a terrible state right now. Isn't that right? 2G gently stroked her hair. His gaze was still affectionate. No, no matter what you become, you are still the Fairy Ruali that I love. This unique dream realm continued. Feng Yuan was just a spectator. No matter how 2G and Ruali chased, all their attempts failed. Once, he caught up to the baby, but because of an accident, the baby escaped. 3 times, he caught up to the baby, but because of a freak combination of factors, the baby escaped. And that baby gradually grew up and became a Gu immortal. The situation continued to develop along the path of fate. Fairy Ruali's death was approaching. 2G became more and more nervous. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. He schemed all day and cultivated bitterly. He would try any method to improve himself, no matter how risky it was. In contrast, Fairy Ruali relaxed. She was no longer keen on deducing. She persuaded 2G not to risk his life. 2G did not listen. He became even more anxious. Whenever 2G had time, she would accompany him, lying in his arms and looking at her husband gently, not shifting her gaze for a long time, as if she could not get enough of him. Finally, the 8th scene. The most fatal attack was blocked by 2G's body, and he fought back with all his might, forcing the enemy back. 2G was about to die. He was lying in Fairy Ruali's arms for the first time, but he was very happy. We finally won against fate. Ruali, my wife. I did it. I really did it. Cough, cough, cough. He was so happy that he wanted to shout and shout, but he was too weak. He could only cough continuously. He knew that he was going to die for sure. He did not have long to live. Using the last bit of time, he held Fairy Ruali's hand with difficulty. Looking at her with incomparable deep emotions, he instructed in an extremely solemn manner. I am going to die. Please live on, live on. Sparkling tears flowed down from Fairy Ruali's eyes, sliding down her face and dripping down. She tightly hugged the Rockman Gu immortal 2G, whispering softly in his ears, Do you know? Although I cultivate wisdom path, I do not believe in fate. When I deduce the arrangements of fate for me, who would want to die? That's why I found you. Actually, our union wasn't part of fate at all. I do not love you. I only want to use you. 2G smiled, replying in an extremely weak voice. I know, but so what? I love you, being used by you. I am very happy. I am willing to do so. Thank you for giving me such a chance, allowing me to be used by you. I used to believe in fate, but I do not anymore. Look, you are still alive. Fate has already changed. How good is that? Saying this, 2G no longer had the strength to support his heavy eyelids. He slowly closed and no longer reacted. Fairy Ruali cried loudly. She had never lost her composure like this in her life. She shook her head as she cried. I used to not believe in fate, but I do now. Saying so, her body burst out with pure white light. The light flowed like water, slowly entering the Rockman Gu immortal 2G's body. The Rockman Gu immortal's aura gradually grew stronger from its weakest state, while Fairy Ruali became weaker and weaker, her figure becoming fainter and fainter. The Rockman Gu immortal opened his eyes again. When he saw the situation, his face was filled with shock and panic. He shouted, No, stop, I don't want to be healed. You will die, you will die. Unfortunately, he had no strength left. He could not stop it. Fairy Ruali's figure was already very faint. She revealed a final smile. It was incomparably gentle and had a trace of craftiness. You know, once this killer move is activated, it cannot be stopped. I want to say one last sentence to you. The words you want to hear the most in your heart. You stupid rock. I love you. Saying so, Fairy Ruali turned into bubbles of light, vanishing from the world. Chapter 1633. The dazzling light faded in the stone room. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, her phoenix eyes shining brightly as she looked ahead without blinking. Right now, in front of her, there was a light lump that resembled a silkworm cocoon. It was the size of a millstone, quietly floating in the air. The final step. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, suddenly moving her 10 fingers. In an instant, her 10 fingers bloomed like a lotus flower. Endless light flickered, illuminating the entire stone room. Feng Kim Huang's technique was so skillful that even refinement path grandmasters would show a solemn expression upon seeing it. By now, Feng Kim Hong was already a refinement path great grandmaster. It was not strange for her to have such an exquisite Gu refinement technique. Feng Kim Hong was using a metal and fire dual path refinement method. She had already found the most suitable refinement path method for her. Boom! A moment later, there was an explosion, but the cocoon did not explode. It shrunk instead. The pure white surface of the cocoon gradually turned into a deep blue color at the same time. The cocoon gradually hardened, giving off a metallic luster. After several failures, I finally succeeded. Joy flashed in Feng Kim Huang's eyes. She maintained her calm. The demeanor of a refinement path great expert was already starting to show. The rank 5 Gu worm was refined, but there was still an appropriate method to deal with it. Feng Kim Hong opened her mouth, carefully letting out a cold breeze. As the breeze blew, the blue silkworm cocoon trembled slightly, emitting a sizzling sound. Large amounts of steam rose, quickly filling the entire stone room with hot steam. Using a metal and fire dual path refinement path method would cause such a backlash. The Gu worm's internal temperature was too high. If it was not cooled down in time, although it would not die, the Gu worm would suffer severe damage and be difficult to use. Gu refinement was broad and profound. There were many ways to do it. Any Gu refinement method had its advantages and disadvantages. If he used the ice refinement method to refine this Gu worm, then there would be no need for it to cool down. Instead, he would have to soak it in a hot spring for a period of time. Feng Kim Hong stopped all his tricks, left the praying mat, and stood up. The rank 5 Gu quietly floated to her hand. She concentrated and activated it. Her solemn face blossomed into a dazzling and breathtaking smile. She then left the secret room and came to the outside world. The moment she opened the door, the loud roar of the waterfall, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves in the wind rushed into her ears. The extremely tranquil seclusion chamber was already far away, and the world became lively again. Verdant green mountains, birdsong, fragrant flowers, bright sunshine, a scene of peace. Feng Kim Hong looked around, and sure enough, he saw Duke Long sitting cross-legged on a boulder next to the pool, silent as a rock. The light of the mountain pleases birds. The shadow of the pond empties people's hearts. Master, take a look. I refined this dream pillow Gu. Feng Kim Hong ran to Duke Long, raising the newly refined rank 5 Gu and showing off. Duke Long slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the dream pillow Gu as he slightly nodded, saying calmly, "Not bad, not bad." Feng Kim Hong slightly pouted. "Not only not bad? Master, you don't know, but I failed several times to refine this Gu worm, and only succeeded this time. With this dream pillow Gu, a mortal Gu master can definitely enter a dream as long as they rest their head on it. This is extremely beneficial to my spirit affinity house, and even the whole of Central Continent." Ever since Feng Kim Hong became Duke Long's disciple, she had been cultivating wholeheartedly. Duke Long did not give her any cultivation pointers, but instead taught her about the current situation of the world, giving pointers to the world and raising Feng Kim Hong's insight and knowledge. Feng Kim Hong had received Duke Long's careful guidance. She was no longer the same as before. She had a strategic vision and could consider problems from the big picture. This dream pillow Gu that Feng Juga refined seemed ordinary, but because it was a mortal Gu, it could be used by many Gu masters. As long as we can mass-produce this Gu, our Central Continent Gu masters can easily enter their own dream realms and excavate dream path Gu materials, gaining an advantage in the Great Era. It could be said that this was a Gu that could raise a region's strategic advantage. It had great significance. Duke Long was not surprised at all. "You have accomplished this. It is only natural for you to have such achievements. Huang Heir, You are the future great dream, immortal Venerable. Before Duke Long finished, he was interrupted by Feng Kim Hong, who showed a trace of unwillingness. All right, you were talking about this again. Don't tell me that I obtained all these accomplishments because I am the future great dream, immortal Venerable? Duke Long smiled lightly. He fixed his gaze on Feng Kim Hong and suddenly changed the topic. Huang Er, do you believe in fate? Feng Kim Hong frowned. Master, are you talking about fate gu? Duke Long nodded. That's right, it is the fate gu recorded in the legends of Ranzu. It is also the fate gu that my celestial court is going to restore. The legends of Ranzu recorded that Ranzu spent a huge amount of effort to gather gu materials. He even sacrificed his own hands to refine wealth gu. He brought his son, blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and daughter, myriad gold, wondrous essence, to the place where the feathermen lived. But strangely, so many feathermen had vanished without a trace. What is going on? Ranzu was puzzled. That is because I came here. Those feathermen are afraid of me. They all ran away. A black and white spider strolled leisurely, appearing in front of Ranzu. Who are you? Ranzu asked. The spider laughed. O human, you have walked on the path that I opened in the door of life and death. Do you still not know who I am? I am Fate Gu. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence continued to ask, O Fate Gu, you are not even as big as my palm. Why are those feathermen afraid of you? Fate Gu laughed. Because they want to pursue freedom. But I, Fate, want to restrain and restrict them. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance grumbled. So your intentions are the same as ours. You are truly a failure. You did not even capture a single featherman. You even implicated us. Fate Gu laughed loudly. Who said I failed? These feathermen are pursuing freedom. But what do they know? Their successful escape is just a superficial act. I had already restrained them long ago. Their path to freedom was arranged by me, but they think they have succeeded. They do not know anything. You guys are the same. Look at yourselves. Ranzu, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence looked at their own bodies. They found that their limbs and bodies were covered in pale white spider silk at some point in time. They also found that not only the three of them, even the surrounding flowers, trees, rocks, and water were covered in spider silk. These spider silk gathered together and formed a spider web that spread out from Ranzu's group's vision. This is the silk web that I weaved. It is called Myriad Web. Everything in the world is in this web. They are manipulated and manipulated by fate. The people that you meet, the things that happen, they are all under my control. Fate Gu said. Ranzu's group felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly struggled. Fate Gu laughed. It's useless. You can't break free. Fate cannot be changed. Ranzu stared at Fate Gu furiously. Fate, oh Fate, why are you manipulating us? Why are you making fun of us? According to what you said, all the hardships and misfortunes that I have encountered are all because of you. The reason why I lost my children is also because of you. Fate Gu said leisurely, O human, I know you want to save your eldest son, verdant great son, but he is already dead. Death is a human's fate. You cannot save him. Also, you want to rely on wealth Gu to save your daughter, boundless forest samsara. That is also impossible. Saying so, a spider silk grabbed onto Ranzu's wealth Gu, pulling it out and dragging it towards Fate Gu. Quickly put it down. That is our Gu worm. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance shouted in anger. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence's eyes turned red as she sobbed. This is wealth Gu that my father sacrificed his own hands and painstakingly refined. What right do you have to take it away? Ranzu struggled with all his might, but the spider silk was getting tighter and tighter, firmly binding the three of them on the spot, unable to move. Fate Gu laughed loudly. Life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor are determined by heaven. O human, according to your fate, you are destined to be poor and lowly, to be tortured and humiliated. You will go crazy and eventually die. Even though you refined wealth Gu, you do not have the life to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, dig for gold and turn it into copper. If you are fated to be rich, pick up white paper and turn it into cloth. All these are within my control. Ranzu, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence were very angry. they scolded Fate Gu. Fate Gu was not angry at all. It was leisurely and contented. Many people have scolded me, but so what? Oh human, no matter how much you scold fate, it will not change anything. Saying so, Fate Gu suddenly exerted strength and pulled the spider silk, throwing blazing glory, lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence far away, disappearing from Ranzu's vision. Oh my children, Ranzu cried out in grief. Fate Gu said faintly, oh human, don't blame me, this is all your fate. Actually, not just you. Loneliness is everyone's fate. Even your children will not accompany you for life. They will eventually leave you. All encounters are temporary. Parting is normal. Ranzu struggled with all his might, but the more he struggled, the more spider silk coiled around his body, wrapping him tightly. Ranzu felt an enormous pressure. This pressure was getting stronger and stronger, squeezing him from all directions. He was almost suffocated. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. He gradually stopped struggling because he was powerless. Then, Ranzu started to sob, tears rolling down his cheeks. Why is my life so bitter? Fate Gu was silent. But at this time, a voice came from the depths of Ranzu's heart. That was the voice of Self Gu. O human, rather than bemoaning your fate, why don't you believe in your own strength? Ranzu stopped crying. He suddenly realized, right, although I do not have strength Gu, Self Gu has swallowed strength Gu and has its own strength. Self Gu, I can only rely on you. Self Gu let out a dazzling light, trying to break the spider silk. The spider silk broke a little, but soon, even more spider silk coiled around Ranzu. Can I use my own strength? Ranzu was anxious. Right, Self Gu, not only did you take a bite of strength Gu, you also took a bite of love Gu. If strength is not enough, we can only rely on our own love. Thus, Self Gu let out a gentle light, trying to break the spider silk, but it also failed. Fate Gu said, "O human, why don't you understand? Love is a kind of fate. I arranged it, making verdant great sun fall in love with desolate Guyue, making the rockmen also fall in love with desolate Guyue. I also arranged success and failure in their lives, so in the end, they both died." No, no, Ranzu screamed and wailed. Fate Gu listened quietly. Ranzu gradually lost the strength to cry. He muttered weakly, I understand now why the feathermen pursue freedom. Fate Gu laughed. Oh human, you also want to pursue freedom? Ranzu nodded. That's right, if I am free, I will no longer be bound by your fate. Fate Gu said, but look at those feathermen, they also pursue freedom. But aren't they still being manipulated by me? Ranzu shook his head. The freedom I pursue is different from them. What I seek is absolute freedom. Fate Gu laughed heartily. A person's absolute freedom, that is madness. Oh human, look, you want to pursue freedom, but that is actually walking towards madness. Like I said, you will go crazy. That is the path I arranged for you. You will not be able to escape from my control. No, I don't believe it. I will use my own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom. I don't believe you. I will escape from your control. Ranzu retorted. Fate Gu's laughter became even louder. Oh human, you are really going crazy. Your mind is no longer clear. Don't you remember? Your Self Gu only ate strength Gu and love Gu. So you only have your own strength and love, but not your own wisdom. Oh human, when you think you are smart, this is a sign that you are going crazy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This time, it was Ranzu's turn to laugh. I don't believe you, oh Fate Gu. I don't believe it. I don't believe in fate in this world. Fate Gu was silent for a while before saying, even if you don't believe it, I still exist. Ranzu, however, said, no, that's not it. When I don't believe it, you will no longer exist. I don't believe in fate. Fate does not exist. Ha ha ha. Fate Gu shook its head and sighed. So pitiful, O human. You have already gone crazy. Ranzu's hair was disheveled. Snot and tears covered his face. He struggled. He knelt on the ground. He fell limply on the ground and rolled around. Just like what fate said, he had become a madman. Time passed by slowly. A memory of the past suddenly appeared in Duke Long's mind. 1,000,000 years ago. Do you believe in fate? Duke Long stood there, looking at his disciple with a gentle gaze. His disciple was only a youngster. Celestial Court was plump. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. He had long black hair that hung down to his waist, and there was a vivid red lotus birthmark between his eyebrows. Duke Long continued, "O Red Lotus, you are the future immortal Venerable. You will definitely lead our human race towards a new era of prosperity and glory. You will definitely succeed. You will create your own goo worms and moves. You will become the pride of your parents. You will be invincible in the world. Your name will go down in history. You will enter Celestial Court and become the leader of humanity. You will bring blessings to the people. You will shine in the universe and time." The youngster Red Lotus blinked his eyes before smiling, revealing his dazzling white teeth. "There is nothing wrong with this. I believe in fate." Duke Long was dazed for a moment before returning to reality. He looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, "Huang Heir, you need to understand. You will be the future great dream immortal Venerable. You will surpass all the venerables of the past. You will create Dream Path. You will roam the world. You will be invincible. You will definitely shine in history. You will become the immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. You will succeed again and again. You will advance courageously. You will walk to the peak of this world." Feng Kim Hong listened. The light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, "If all of this is predestined, then I don't believe in fate." Chapter 1634. Celestial Court. The formation let out buzzing noises. The piercing light pierced into Spectral Soul's body like needles. Even though he curled up and resisted with all his strength, he could not resist the power of the formation. Fairy Myrtle shut her eyes. She controlled the formation with full concentration while receiving the information that she obtained from Spectral Soul's body. Only when the formation let out a noise of being overwhelmed did Fairy Myrtle stop reluctantly. She took a deep look at Spectral Soul. Even though they were enemies, Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's tenacious willpower. He was clearly in a desperate situation with no hope left, but he still resisted to the end. As expected of one of the Goo Venerables who had dominated the world since ancient times, Fairy Myrtle did not say anything else. She left the place. After returning to her hall, she started to deduce with all her strength. Using Star Constellation Chessboard, her deduction ability was at the peak of the world. A vast number of thoughts surged in her mind. They were like billions of stars flickering rapidly. Her thoughts collided with each other. Some even flew out of her mind and out of her body, turning into countless purple light specks that enveloped Fairy Myrtle's entire body. They quickly spread and filled the entire grand hall. After a long while, the purple thoughts converged and dissipated. They finally calmed down. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She stopped her method and slowly opened her eyes. There was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She was in low spirits. Her brows were tightly furrowed. "Feng Yuan, where are you undergoing tribulation?" Fairy Myrtle muttered. She had painstakingly soul-searched Spectral Soul's body repeatedly. It was to gather the internal information of the Shadow Sect. Especially the arrangements left in the 5 regions, Fairy Myrtle was most concerned about them. Because earlier, Feng Yuan had relied on the arrangements of the Shadow Sect to capture the entire southern border Righteous Path group. If Feng Yuan were to undergo the heavenly tribulation, it was highly likely that he would have to rely on these arrangements of the Shadow Sect. There was no reason for him to not borrow strength from them. Fairy Myrtle had been paying close attention to Feng Yuan's cultivation level. Ever since the battle at Langya, she had deduced that Feng Yuan was not far from rank 8. Rank 7 and rank 8 were 2 completely different levels. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8 was the peak of the world. Once Feng Yuan reaches rank 8 cultivation level, he would be unstoppable. He would become a huge problem for the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's final tribulation is the key. If we can kill him here, it will be of great benefit to the Celestial Court and the people of the world. Fairy Myrtle would not let go of any opportunity to kill Feng Yuan, but when she tried to do so, she realized that it was very difficult. because she did not know the exact time and location of Feng Yuan's tribulation. Feng Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move. He was extremely vigilant and would not give her any chance to make deductions. Feng Yuan had abundant time path methods. It was very easy to change the time flow of his immortal aperture, so he could not estimate when he would undergo the final tribulation. Feng Yuan also had fixed immortal travel. He could undergo tribulation anywhere in the world. How could Fairy Myrtle make arrangements like this? At most, she could exclude Black Heaven and White Heaven. Because blessed lands absorbed more earth chi when undergoing tribulation, they were often in the 5 regions. Of course, the possibility of Black Heaven and White Heaven was small, but it was not like there were none. After all, there were a few places with abundant earth chi. They were very special. But what about the remaining 5 regions? Unlike the River of Time, this was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth, so Fairy Myrtle could set up immortal goo houses to defend it. In such a huge area like the 5 regions, even 1,000 immortal goo houses would not be enough. Moreover, the Celestial Court did not have enough manpower to send to the 5 regions to prevent Feng Yuan from undergoing tribulation. Fairy Myrtle sighed. She did not have any good ideas. Right now, she could only search for spectral soul and use these precious clues to deduce the possible location of Feng Yuan's tribulation. On the other hand, she actively communicated with the righteous path forces of the 5 regions and spread the news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation. The Celestial Court could not help the other 4 regions. They could only borrow their strength to have hope. The news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation soon spread throughout the 5 regions. Not only the righteous path clans and sects of the regions, even demonic path and lone immortals heard about it. By now, Feng Yuan's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had incredible battle achievements. He was already publicly recognized as the #1 person below rank 8. The Gu Immortal world publicly recognized that even Feng Jioge could not compare to him. He was the strongest rising star of the demonic path in the last 100 years. His growth speed was astounding. By the time the Gu Immortal world reacted, he was already a demonic path overlord with terrifying might. Thus, the news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation quickly caused a huge commotion in the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions. If this demon Feng Yuan wants to pass the final grand tribulation, he will become a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Wouldn't that be too bad? The demonic path is declining. What can he do? This person is not ordinary. He has Spring-Autumn Cicada and is someone who has been reborn. He has also obtained the inheritance of many Gu Venerables. It is just a grand tribulation. It cannot stop him. I don't think so. As the saying goes, those who do evil are doomed to destruction. This demon is extremely arrogant. If he wants to undergo tribulation, he will have to ask the Celestial Court and the righteous path in the world. Some were optimistic about Feng Yuan, while others were pessimistic. One thing was clear. Most Gu Immortals did not want to see Feng Yuan successfully undergo tribulation. This demon is only rank 6 or 7, and he is already wreaking havoc in the world. If he becomes rank 8, won't he turn the world upside down? I don't care if Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation in other places. But if he undergoes tribulation in Southern Border, my Tai clan will not agree. While the Gu Immortal world was discussing, Southern Border's righteous path forces were also actively meeting and communicating, discussing how to deal with Feng Yuan. Even though their clans still had Gu Immortals as hostages in Feng Yuan's hands. But if they could really use this chance to get rid of the calamity that was Feng Yuan, Southern Border's righteous path forces would be very enthusiastic about it. The reason was simple. It was benefits. If they ignored Feng Yuan, he would become stronger in the future. His threat would become greater. He would always be a dark cloud that shrouded the hearts of Southern Border's righteous path forces. One day, one of their forces might suffer a calamity. More importantly, Feng Yuan had an abundance of immortal goo recipes, inheritances, and all kinds of cultivation resources. He was a moving human-shaped treasure mountain. If they got rid of him, they might be able to make huge gains. Even if his immortal aperture was destroyed, as long as a portion of Feng Yuan's soul remained, these righteous path forces would be able to soul search and obtain the incomplete inheritance of a certain Venerable. Just this point was enough for these righteous path forces to flock to him like a flock of ducks. Wu Yong pondered. Our southern border is the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. There must be a lot of arrangements here. Earlier, Feng Yuan was able to capture many fellow immortals because he used one of these arrangements. Feng Yuan is very likely to undergo tribulation in southern border. Before Wu Yong said this, he had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's guidance. He knew about the remaining arrangements of the Shadow Sect in various parts of southern border. Even though Wu Yong knew clearly that Fairy Myrtle wanted to kill him through others. But Wu Yong was willing to be used like this, because Feng Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai and played around with him. If Feng Yuan was alive, it would be the greatest humiliation to the whole of Wu clan and to him, Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong's analysis is very reasonable. Xiao clan's Gu immortal immediately added, Feng Yuan captured our Gu immortals. He is also the inheritor of the Shadow Sect, the current sect leader. He definitely has incredible soul path methods. After soul searching him, he will definitely know our southern border righteous path like the back of his hand. Secondly, our southern border has experienced many changes in recent years, be it lone immortals or demonic path, especially our righteous path. We have suffered huge losses. If Demon Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation here, he will face the least resistance. Even if Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation in southern border, how can we guard against him? Southern border is so huge. How can we know where he is undergoing tribulation? A Gu immortal asked. We can find out about this. Xia clan's Gu immortal immediately replied. Once he places his immortal aperture, he can communicate with heaven and earth. This state will start from the start of the tribulation, until he succeeds and keeps his immortal aperture. At this time, he will no longer be hiding in the shadows. He will have traces to follow. We don't need anyone's help. Just the wisdom path Gu immortals of our Xia clan can deduce his exact location with the help of the formation. Of course, if more wisdom path friends help us, we will have a higher chance of deducing Feng Yuan's location, and it will also be faster. Another Xia clan Gu immortal continued. Actually, the true difficulty is not in the deduction, but when we know the location of Feng Yuan's tribulation, how do we get there in time? There is also a prerequisite. We need to gather a large number of Gu immortals to deal with Feng Yuan. Facing this problem, the southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Since ancient times, southern border's righteous path forces had always been independent. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. And now, to get rid of Feng Yuan, these righteous path forces needed to work together and act together. This could almost be considered as an unprecedented thing. Actually, Feng Yuan's current battle strength could rival rank 8, but he was alone. Most of the righteous path forces, just one of them could make Feng Yuan suffer greatly during the tribulation, fail the tribulation, or even die. Because these righteous path clans either had rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses that could resist rank 8s, they had operated for thousands or tens of thousands of years and had deep foundations. In comparison, Feng Yuan's rise was still too short. But was it possible for just one super clan to deal with Feng Yuan with all their strength? Impossible. This was a forest. Every righteous path clan was a fierce beast that ruled over an area, making this fierce beast leave its territory to deal with another fierce beast. Even if this fierce beast had not matured yet, it still had claws and teeth. The risk was too high. Even if they got rid of the other party, the fierce beast that left its territory was likely to be injured, and if the injuries were too severe, it would attract the invasion of other fierce beasts. Of course, invasion was the essence, but on the surface, they would still put on a righteous front. There would always be all sorts of excuses. Southern border's righteous path had many layers of conflicts. After so many years, would they need to worry about finding an excuse? Even if they could not find one, they could help. For example, establish the southern border shared prosperity sphere. Look, I am so enthusiastic in helping others. Do you have the face to refuse? Even if you want to refuse, do you have the strength to do so? Thus, the true difficulty in dealing with Feng Yuan did not lie in Feng Yuan himself. Was Feng Yuan very strong? Indeed, it was very rare to see a rank 7 battle a rank 8 in history. But compared to a super force, Feng Yuan was not strong. His overall strength could not compare. If they fought head-on, Feng Yuan would be badly injured. Some southern border Gu immortals could not help but smile bitterly because they realized the current situation was somewhat ironic. The ones truly restricting them were each other. They were wary of each other. They restrained each other. They had huge territories. They were on guard against each other, so they needed to split up their forces. After a long silence, a Thai clan Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Actually, there is a way to resolve this problem. As everyone knows, my Thai clan has an immortal Gu house, Beacon Tower. The southern border Gu immortals continued to be silent, but not long after, a voice suddenly resounded. I agree to Thai clan building Beacon Tower. The immortals were shocked, because this person was none other than Wu clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong. Even the Thai clan rank 6 Gu immortal who spoke earlier was surprised. Wu Yong actually supported Thai clan's construction of Beacon Tower. While the immortals were still in shock, Wu Yong spoke again. His voice was low and powerful. Every word was like a boulder that fell on the immortals' hearts. He said, "It is time to make a change. Haven't you noticed it? The waves of the Great Era have arrived. The regional walls of the 5 regions are starting to dissipate. If we do not make a change, we will drown in the waves of the new era." The immortals were silent. The second person stood up. He was Ba clan's first supreme elder. He had always wanted to seize Wu clan's position as the #1 force. My Ba family supports Wu Yong, he said, which was rare for him to open his mouth. We need to look forward, everyone. Central Continent has the Celestial Court. Northern Plains has the Longevity Heaven. What does my southern border have? He paused for a moment, and then said some philosophical words. Although there are many mountains, each of them will be conquered by others one by one. Thus, I support Wu Yong, and also support Thai clan in building beacon towers. Not long after he said that, Chi clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chuyu, also expressed his support. Next, Luo clan, Ho clan, Chai clan, and other Gu immortals with high authority spoke one after another, expressing their strong desire to work together. The southern border immortals suddenly realized in their shock that this discussion had a huge significance. It would definitely be recorded in southern border's history. An unprecedented situation had occurred. Southern border's righteous path forces were going to work together. This was not the grand propaganda of the past. This was true cooperation. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly lively. Southern border's Gu immortals felt a surge of emotions. They had the excitement of participating in a historical moment. Chapter 1635. Several months later, in southern border. In a nameless ordinary valley. Rank 6 female immortal Ba Tao shouted, her aura surging. She raised her hands high, as if she was holding something heavy. Her face soon turned red. Her body trembled as she struggled. Hurry up, Ba Tao urged. On the other side, another Gu immortal was also activating a killer move. This person had rank 6 cultivation. He was a young man from Tai clan. His surname was Tai. He was Tai Chu Zhong's son. Pieces of red light spheres spiraled up with a loud sound. They turned into a red pillar of light that was about to pierce the clouds. But at this time, the third old Gu immortal appeared. He was standing on the clouds. He waved his hand and suppressed this red pillar of light. The red pillar of light dissipated, revealing a 7-layered pagoda that looked like it was made from red copper. A lump of fire was quietly burning at the top of the pagoda. All right. Tai Yi let out a breath of turbid air, showing a gratified expression. A beacon tower has been built. I'm so tired. Ba Tao felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She sat on the ground, panting, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Finally, the third old Gu immortal slowly floated down. At the same time, countless Gu worms flew and gathered, entering his sleeves. This was a team that was building beacon towers. There were a total of 3 people. Tai clan Gu immortal Tai Yi was in charge of construction. Ba Tao assisted, while the old Gu immortal was in charge of setting up the formation and disguising it. After all, the beacon tower would cause a huge commotion when it was built. It would be easily discovered. There were more than a dozen squads like this. Ever since southern border's righteous path united, these teams had been moving around, building beacon towers all over southern border. Beacon Tower is indeed worthy of being Tai clan's signature immortal goo house. It is truly inconceivable. Just mortal goo can have the power of an immortal goo house. It can transport goo immortals. The old goo immortal sighed as he looked at the beacon tower. Tai walked to Ba Tao's side and pulled the ladder up. His heart was moved when he heard this, and he said, "The true power of the beacon tower is that the more it is built, the greater its overall power. To reach the level of an immortal goo house, we need at least 100 beacon towers. Right now, we have over 1,000 beacon towers in southern border. We can transport rank 7 goo immortals. But to reach rank 8, I need at least 10,000 beacon towers." "Thank you for answering my question." The elderly goo immortal nodded, expressing his gratitude. Tai and he looked at each other and smiled at the same time. If it was in the past, this kind of secret regarding the beacon tower would never be spoken of. But now, because the Southern Border Alliance was being formed, the attitude of goo immortals towards each other and the way they interacted with each other was gradually changing. If there is a beacon tower built near that tributary of the River of Time, our Southern Border Good faction will definitely be able to send reinforcements and save my grandfather in time. Ba Tao stared at the beacon tower in a daze, muttering, "Ba Tao, we still have hope. Didn't Feng Yuan release E-Clan's goo immortals already? This demon Feng Yuan just wants more cultivation resources." The elderly goo immortal consoled. Tai didn't say anything. He remained silent, but his thoughts were tumbling. He and Ba Tao were in a similar situation. His father Tai Chuzhong was also one of Feng Yuan's captives. He naturally had anger and hatred towards Feng Yuan, but he had to admit, if not for Feng Yuan capturing so many Southern Border goo immortals and giving Southern Border's righteous path a painful beating, how could Southern Border's righteous path unite so quickly? Between comfort and pain, the latter naturally moved people's hearts more. Thinking about it, Tai secretly felt that it was a little ironic. The Beacon Tower plan was the dream of Tai clan for many years, but it was realized because of a demonic path overlord. Of course, there was another crucial factor, the arrival of the Great Era. But no matter what, Feng Yuan's role was extremely important. Sizzle. The beacon tower suddenly made a strange sound and even trembled slightly. What's going on? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the elderly goo immortal. He frowned and looked at Tai. Ba Tao also looked at Tai with her beautiful eyes. She had participated in the construction of many beacon towers, but had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that some flaws were left behind during the construction of this beacon tower? Tai's frown deepened. "Don't worry, this situation does not mean that there is a problem with this beacon tower, but that one of the beacon towers scattered all over Southern Border has been completely destroyed." "Oh, is that so?" The elderly goo immortals frowned slightly eased. Ba Tao snorted coldly. This situation was also within Southern Border's righteous path's expectations. Because although the construction of the beacon tower was approved by Southern Border's righteous path, there were still demonic path and lone cultivator forces in Southern Border's goo immortal world. The beacon tower was in Tai clan's hands. It represented the benefits of Tai clan and other Southern Border super forces. It had nothing to do with these demonic path and lone immortals. It was very likely that the beacon tower that was constructed would be discovered and then destroyed by these goo immortals. Find out who did it. We need to kill one to warn the others. The elderly goo immortals' killing intent soared. This was also one of the methods that Southern Border's righteous path had come up with to deal with this matter. However, at the next moment, the abnormality of the beacon tower made the three immortals stunned. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of strange noises resounded. The newly constructed beacon tower shook continuously like a patient suffering from epilepsy. What's going on? Does this mean that a large number of beacon towers have been destroyed? Ba Tao and the elderly goo immortal looked at Tai again. This time, even Tai was hesitant, muttering to himself, "Strange, is there really a problem with this beacon tower?" But at the next moment, his suspicions were shattered. The three immortals' expressions changed because they received a shocking piece of news almost at the same time. There was only one person crazily destroying the beacon towers. It was none other than that unforgivable and heinous demonic path overlord, Feng Yuan. Fang Yuan has outstanding wisdom path methods. It is not difficult for him to deduce the locations of these beacon towers. He also has fixed immortal travel. He can come and go freely. It is not strange for him to do this. Tai Yi's expression was grim. Damn it. The celestial court is useless. They actually allowed Fang Yuan to steal fixed immortal travel. Ba Tao clenched her fists, feeling extreme hatred. The elderly Gu immortal was experienced after all. Let's go back to the clan. Since Fang Yuan is making a move, it is no longer safe outside. Tai Yi and Ba Tao's hearts tightened. Thinking of Fang Yuan's methods, they no longer had any thoughts of staying here. At the same time, Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the other clan leaders were also having an urgent meeting. Fang Yuan must have seen the threat of the beacon towers. He attacked in advance and is destroying them crazily. This shows that our clan's beacon towers are a huge threat to Fang Yuan. He is already feeling uneasy and fearful. Tai clan's first supreme elder said, just let him destroy them. The difficulty of building beacon towers is high. They need Gu immortals to do it personally. But they are only made of mortal Gu. The cost is low. Just let him destroy them. Shang clan's first supreme elder sneered, showing a heroic air. Wu Yong, however, frowned. He had a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is crafty and crafty. He cannot be underestimated. I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind his actions. It is not as simple as it seems. Wu Yong's words immediately attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. One of them said, "Is there such a possibility? Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in southern border, and one of these beacon towers is very close to his tribulation location. Thus he attacked and destroyed a large number of them." That makes sense. Quick, gather wisdom path Gu immortals to make deductions. As long as Fang Yuan makes a move, he will leave behind all sorts of clues. Now that he is making such a big move, the deductions will definitely be more fruitful than before. After a round of deductions, the results were indeed brilliant. Southern Border's righteous path obtained 3 locations. If Fang Yuan wanted to undergo tribulation, these were the most likely locations. Quickly investigate. Pay close attention to these 3 locations. We must defend them to the death. Similar orders were passed down. Southern Border's Gu immortal world moved in unison for the first time in history, all to exterminate their common enemy. Chapter 1636. 5 Regional Mountain Range. Jun Shengguang's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's destruction of the beacon towers had caused a huge commotion. Even though the celestial court's influence in Southern Border was weak, they could still find out. Southern Border had gathered many wisdom path Gu immortals and deduced 3 locations, one of which was the 5 Regional Mountain Range. The celestial court, however, had Fairy Myrtle deduced the 5 Regional Mountain Range alone. Jun Shengguang immediately moved towards the 5 Regional Mountain Range. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding the 5 Regional Mountain Range appeared in his mind. This 5 Regional Mountain Range was not a naturally formed mountain range. It was man-made. The person who created this mountain range was not simple. It was the rank 8 restriction path Gu immortal Tao Zhu. This person was known as the Restriction Master and had extraordinary attainment level in his path. He had deeply researched the 5 regional walls and tried to find a method to allow Gu immortals to easily cross the regional walls, thus creating the 5 regional mountain range. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not obtain any useful results. But this 5 regional mountain range was left behind and became a special place in Southern Border. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch chased after Fang Yuan and was once defeated by Fang Yuan in the regional wall. This battle exposed the secret that Fang Yuan's battle strength is almost unaffected in the regional wall. It can be said that the 5 regional walls are his natural home ground. Regrettably, the heaven and earth chi in the 5 regional walls are extremely difficult to extract. He cannot undergo tribulation in the regional walls. But the 5 regional mountain range is different. It is man-made and located in Southern Border. It has abundant earth chi and good weather. At the same time, it can give Fang Yuan some home ground advantage. Jun Shengguang's speed was extremely fast. While he was thinking, he had already crossed tens of thousands of li. On the horizon, the 5 regional mountain range was already in sight. The reason why he could arrive at the scene so quickly was because Jun Shengguang had been patrolling the area. The 5 regional mountain range was a special place that was long known. It was not a secret. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle had been scheming against Feng Yuan, deducing some suitable locations for him to undergo tribulation. The 5 regional mountain range was naturally at the top of the list. Therefore, the 5 regional mountain range itself was one of the key surveillance areas of the Celestial Court. This time, in order for the Celestial Court to deal with Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate to mobilize many rank 8 Gu Immortals to the other 4 regions. There were 2 in southern border. Jun Shengguang was one of them. There was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wei Feng, who was quite far away but was also rapidly approaching. When Jun Shengguang got close to the 5 regional mountain range, he immediately used his killer move to conceal himself as he carefully approached. Walala! A huge amount of heaven and earth chi was like a tidal wave, continuously being drawn out and gathered at the center of the 5 regional mountain range. That place was obscured by the light and shadow, and it was impossible to see clearly. It was like a bottomless hole, continuously sucking in the massive amount of chi of heaven and earth. Such a scale is truly terrifying. Jun Shengguang's heart trembled as he watched. He immediately used his unique investigative method. After Feng Yuan set up an ambush and successfully captured a group of southern border Gu Immortals, Jun Shengguang had also personally arrived at the scene. At this time, Jun Shengguang was filled with vigilance. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, whose cultivation level was higher than Feng Yuan, he did not dare to advance rashly. If after entering the 5 regional mountain range, he discovered that this was Feng Yuan's ambush, that would be disastrous. After Jun Shengguang investigated, he confirmed that someone was undergoing tribulation here. But whether it was Feng Yuan or not was another matter. Jun Shengguang was very patient. He used other methods and obtained results after a while. This was an otherworldly demon undergoing tribulation. This way, Jun Shengguang was almost 100% sure that this was Feng Yuan's main body. He is actually undergoing tribulation here. Jun Shengguang muttered, his gaze filled with disbelief. But he quickly reacted and laughed at himself. Reality is illusion. Illusion is reality. Feng Yuan's main body is clearly here, but I actually did not dare to believe it. The He family of the Northern Plains had unique methods to detect the otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court naturally had similar killer moves. Fairy Myrtle had once persuaded Feng Yuan to surrender in Langya Blessed Land. She had revealed that the Celestial Court was the Celestial Court of humans. They could accept even otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court had indeed recruited otherworldly demons to become members of the Celestial Court, but there were no clear records in history and no one knew about it. It was not strange for the Celestial Court to have such methods. Right now, Jun Shengguang was using such a method. If Feng Yuan had thought of this method in advance and prepared against it, the possibility of that is too small. After all, even if he had been reborn, this method of mine had been specially modified by Lady Ziwei recently. It is said that after Yuan Qiong Du joined the Celestial Court, other than being in charge of repairing Fate Gu, he was also refining Immortal Gu for Feng Yuan. In history, there were examples of rank 8 demonic path Gu Immortals wreaking havoc in the world. When the Celestial Court could not restrain them, they would refine Immortal Gu for these demons. This type of Immortal Gu was specially used to restrain such demons. It had extraordinary effects. Feng Yuan was only rank 7, but he had already received such great attention and treatment from the Celestial Court. This was unprecedented in history. Maybe there is another reason. That is, his grand tribulation cannot be delayed any longer. He has to undergo tribulation. Jun Shengguang's eyes shined with bright light. Someone was undergoing tribulation here, and was confirmed to be an otherworldly demon. Feng Yuan's identity was already clear. If it were anyone else, who would be so stupid as to undergo tribulation here? And with the scale of heaven and earth chi, and the otherworldly demon, who else could it be other than Feng Yuan? Good. Feng Yuan, I, the Celestial Court, have finally caught you. Jun Shengguang said good 3 times in a row, his expression becoming more and more excited. Feng Yuan had already started his tribulation. At this time, he could not move at will. He had already become a live target. Even if he had fixed immortal travel, what could he do? It could be said that this was Fang Yuan's weakest moment. Jun Shanguang's expression gradually calmed down, becoming solemn as a murderous aura shrouded his whole body. If I can kill Fang Yuan in this trip, it will be a huge merit. Jun Shanguang's heart was burning. He was truly lucky to have encountered such a good opportunity. No wonder Lady Ziwei once told me that my luck is very dense, although it is inferior to Fang Yuan's. As long as I don't make the first move, I will not be suppressed by Fang Yuan's luck. If I wait for Fang Yuan's luck to weaken, I will have a chance to gain victory. Thinking of this, Jun Shanguang's eyes were already surging with killing intent. So what if it is the 5 regional mountain range? It is only a replica of the 5 regional walls. Even if Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional walls, I, Jun Shanguang, will still force my way in and kill you at any cost. Rumble. A sonic boom resounded as an immortal goo house flew towards the 5 regional mountain range at lightning speed. Jun Shanguang immediately felt a chill in his heart. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building? These southern border immortals came so quickly. As expected, the beacon towers are of great help to them. They gathered so quickly, even my celestial court does not have such methods. If we attack southern border in the future, we will need to get rid of these beacon towers first. Jun Shanguang saw these southern border righteous path immortals and felt some joy in his heart. He needed these people to take the lead and wear down Fang Yuan's battle strength and luck. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building directly rose into the sky. Wu Yong led the southern border righteous path immortals and stood in the bamboo building, overlooking the entire 5 regional mountain range. Seeing such a scale of heaven and earth chi, many Gu immortals showed shock and bewilderment. Some wisdom path Gu immortals worked together to deduce, and soon, one of them said excitedly, "There is a high chance that Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation here." Great! Wonderful, wonderful! This demon Fang Yuan has committed a heinous crime. He is extremely vicious and evil. Today we must behead him to avenge our southern border's righteous path. Killing this demon will cleanse heaven and earth. It will bring blessings to all living beings. Humph! Does this Fang Yuan really think our southern border righteous path is a pushover? He is actually undergoing tribulation in southern border. Ha ha ha! I'm afraid he thinks that if he captures our clansmen, we will hesitate to attack him. You don't know how firm the righteous path of the southern border is. The southern border immortals discussed with surging battle intent. Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao and third Supreme Elder Xia Chun Yuan looked at each other helplessly. Although they wanted to save their clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Cha, they had no choice but to follow the crowd in this situation. Southern border's righteous path had been extorted by Fang Yuan earlier. They were already filled with anger. But because they could not find Fang Yuan earlier, under the consideration of benefits, they accepted the extortion to protect the hostages. Now that Fang Yuan was in front of them, as long as they killed him, they might be able to obtain many venerable inheritances, as well as countless cultivation resources and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The overwhelming hatred and the huge benefits made these southern border Gu immortals' eyes turn red with greed. Our southern border righteous path alliance has just been established. We need a powerful demon to serve as our flag. Fang Yuan is the perfect candidate. Everyone, this damn devil is currently undergoing tribulation. Time is limited. Let's attack together, encircle and annihilate him from all directions. Let this day next year be his death anniversary. Under Wu Yong's order, the southern border righteous immortals swarmed out. There were rank 8 Gu immortals like Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie, as well as powerful experts like Xia Zhao, as well as rank 7 experts like Yao Du, Ho Tong, and Bada. This lineup was so powerful that even Jun Shanguang, who was hiding at the side, was shocked. This could be said to be the full force of southern border's righteous path. There were probably only some rank 6 immortals left in their headquarters. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heaven chi surged, the boundless clouds condensed into dozens of huge light pillars, ruthlessly suppressing Fang Yuan. Earth chi condensed, dragging Fang Yuan's footsteps. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. His attention was not on the tribulation, but outside the immortal aperture. Good heavens, many people came. Southern Border's righteous path hates me to the core. Of course, they are also scrambling for my wealth. Other than that, there must be celestial quartz goo immortals hiding nearby. It is just that I have not discovered them yet. Although he had captured so many Southern Border goo immortals and Soul searched them one by one, he had a deep understanding of Southern Border's righteous path. But at this moment, he did not dare to be careless or underestimate them. Because Southern Border's righteous path also had deep foundations, they had trump cards. Especially some deep foundations, even the first supreme elders of each race might not know about them, let alone Feng Yuan's captive, Xia Cha, who was only the first supreme elder. Beacon towers are indeed troublesome. Feng Yuan sighed again. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.